Hello everybody! Hello and welcome to another Monster Hunter stream. I hope you guys are doing well tonight. My name is Ristretto. If it's anyone's first time here, then welcome into the stream, and for the many of you who have been here before, thanks for coming on back by for some more Monster Hunter Rise. We're going to be playing Rise on PC tonight. We're continuing our playthrough of this game. We've been kind of meandering our way through, doing a little bit of everything. And tonight, I'm going to be focusing on some high rank hub progression using Charge Blade. We'll probably end up making a little bit of gear. We'll probably end up trying to clear some key quests and some other quests. Maybe a few side quests, we'll see. But I think my goal as of right now, I've been kind of feeling a little listless recently in terms of, I've played this game before. I'm not really sure exactly how I want to enjoy my way through high rank. I know I want to reach the end and do some of the events, but wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to do. So I think right now I want to try and focus in on Charge Blade and just kind of see where that takes us going through the game like that, and then when we get to the end, we'll see what kind of challenges we want to do. Yeah, I hope you guys had a nice couple days. I know I've been doing okay. I had some trouble sleeping the last couple nights, but I'm doing all right now, so figured I'd stream some Monster Hunter. I'm going to take a moment to give you guys some beans here, and then I'll go ahead and say hello to y'all, and we'll jump over to the game in just a moment here. So, hello Sakura and Tarthur, welcome to you guys. Welcome Cordial Snail and Commander Henkel. I hope you guys are having a nice week. Beans to you too, Cordial Snail. hello Lord Castellian and Biotech and Beastu. I think that's everybody. Oh, and Arbok, excuse me. Hello, Arbok. Hi, Harurush. Kiss a homie to you too. I don't often get to say that. Kiss a homie. Tomorrow, I normally work on Fridays, but tomorrow I actually have a day off. I'm going to be either going and reading a book in a coffee shop, or going on a hike to some frozen ice caves. I live in a part of like the U.S. in Michigan that's considered a tundra. It's very cold, and so there are ice caves, and I haven't decided if I'm going to sit in a coffee shop and read a book, or freeze my butt off in the ice caves yet. We'll see. Got some coffee here, just brewed. Probably too hot to drink right now. It's the mustache mug, which I've shown off before. It's quite hot, but cheers to you guys. Look at that. It's got a little mustache guard. Sounds exciting? Maybe. I don't know. Hello, Nafudis. Welcome. Like, if I had all the right gear, like if I don't have any spikes for my boots, I don't have super warm snow pants, and I don't know how long a potential hike into the ice caves might take, and I'm not like, I feel quite scrawny and cold when I'm outside for prolonged periods of time, so like, I'm a little worried about it. We'll see. We'll see what I decide to do. Warm, comfortable book reading or glacial hole exploration. Exactly. It's not so much hole, like I'm not like going down into the ground caves. It's like ice caves on a lake from my understanding. Anyways, let's go ahead and let's jump on over to the game. We'll see. If I stream tomorrow night, it depends on how frozen my butt is, I guess. If I stream tomorrow night, we'll check in and see if I read a good book or if I froze my butt off in some caves. Alright, so Charge Blade. I feel like my first order of business is I want to like decide on a really decent high rank impact Charge Blade to make. I think right now we were rocking the Tetranodon one, which isn't the worst. Let's see what we're up against. I think our next big monster we haven't cleared yet is going to be Zinogre. I do think, even though I'm trying to progress and like go through the game, I do think I want to try and clear all the monsters at least once solo. So that means, I think right now, I've done all of the HR6 ones. Or sorry, 5-star ones, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So that right? Let's see. I hope I haven't missed anyone, have I? There's some Switch Go ones I haven't done yet. But I think I fought all the monsters at least once. Yeah. Hello, Ice-T. How you doing? Why you slamming? Why you tantruming? Is that your emote? Holy crap. That's a sick emote, Steve. Nice. Maybe that's why you're tantruming. Look at those. Those are some good emotes. Because you love that emote? As you should. I didn't realize that was yours. Neato. Who drew that? Yeah, we have Zinogre, Somnacanth, Barioth, Tobi, Kadachi, Anjanath, and Narga. And I forget I don't think I've soloed Rathalos. I feel like that was maybe something where we did that in multiplayer. You have to check? No worries, Steve. It is good emote. Alright, well, we've got those. I feel like I want to make some either a better Charge Blade or some Charge Blade armor or both. Like, I think the only thing you could currently call Charge Blade armor that we have are some Basarios pieces. Let's look at load shells there. Improves reloading. Okay, so we need 2 levels of load shells to increase charge blade file capacity, which might be worthwhile if we're playing with impact charge blade and we were going for SAEDs. I don't know if we are or not. The hands are also not bad, and some bombardier would not go missing either. Kind of hard to get all those skills together along with attack and speed sharpening though. Let's take a look at some decos. Let's see, we're gonna start off, I guess, by planning out a charge blade in the set and kind of working on it here. Hello, Full Metal Dragon. Welcome. I hope you're doing well tonight. We're playing some charge blade. Ooh, forged layered armor. Oh, that must have come from an event quest. That's our first layered armor we can forge. That's kind of neat. Cool. Okay, Diablos. Looks like it has some pretty nice guard pieces. Guard 2 and offensive guard is not bad. Zinogre. Rathalos has some nice attack boost piece or attack pieces. Yeah, I remember those arms being particularly good. Same with the waist is also good, but I think Anjanath is probably better from recollection. Oh yeah, those slots are sick. Wow, I forgot all about that. Need an Anjanath gem for it, so we might be going Anjanath hunting tonight anyways. All right, let's see. I'm on the look for, yeah, Bombardier. That's what I'm looking for. Bombardier and Divine Blessing. Bombardier, that's not, wait, no, we don't want Bombardier. We want Artillery. Those are very different things. Razor Sharp could go pretty well with us as well, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get that. Also would give us evade window, which I don't particularly want. Almudra might have Razor Sharp, though. Very loud music outside my house right now. Hello, Donis Kuro. The bad part is getting a gem for that. Desire Sensor really screws you over? Maybe so. I think I'm trying to decide how much attack boost I want to go for at this point in the game versus how much like artillery stuff. I know that freaking, what is it? Renopolos armor has artillery. Thank you, Cordial Snail. Cheers. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for 8 months of subs. That's quite a few, and I appreciate it. Thanks. Hope you're enjoying the stream. I might not even have artillery as a skill that I can see yet. I feel like I haven't actually killed any Renopolos in high rank. Yeah, I don't. Well, it's gonna make things kind of difficult, isn't it? But that also means those are probably the only things I could make with artillery right now, which is also a bummer. Humana. We might just eat for Bombardier and call that good for now, seeing as artillery is kind of rough to get on our armor. Let's take a look at decorations and see if there are any particularly relevant ones for us. Bludgeoner could be relevant. We would need Gossarag, and we haven't fought it yet. Same with Diablos, actually. We might want some Evade Extender. Maybe. Depends on if we end up going with Spinning Axe style. I think I needed to make one more of these grinder decorations, so now we can do that. Just spent a week on vacation in Florida. You're now about to take an at-home COVID test and praying. Wish you luck. Cheers, Full Metal Dragon. I hope you're all right. I hope you had a good vacation, and I hope it was just all safe. I'll be thinking of you. Sorry, that was a slurred together sentence. Yeah, we have Bombardier decos, but I don't think we have any artillery ones. When you get to 7-star Basil, it gives you some really good artillery armor, but that's a while away. Yeah, I feel like until then we might be able to just make a do without artillery and just eating for Bombardier instead. Provided we have that meal. I think we have that meal. Alright, we don't have guard decorations. We don't have attack decorations. All we have are speed sharpening decorations, really, in terms of charge blade. And maybe evade extender. Maybe bludgeoner. No, not bludgeoner yet. We need, like I said, Gossarag and Diablos and Rajang. Okay. Well, let's take a look at whatever charge blade we're going to go with right now. What charge blade out of the ones that we can see would make most sense for me to make if I want to try and just make like one pretty useful impact charge blade? Spinning takedown with bludgeoner could be pretty good. Wonderful week in Disney World. It was totally awesome and much needed. Good. I'm happy to hear it. 210 raw with green. 20 extra defense too doesn't hurt. 210 is what's to beat. I feel like green sharpness is going to start falling off really hard soon. But we're not going to be doing it all via true damage. We're going to be doing some of it via file damage as well. Should look at what ramp ups that one has. Has Dulling Strike. The best we could get would be Affinity Boost 2 on that. Not great in terms of ramp ups, that one. I was just looking at the Nargacuga one. It has Attack Boost 3 and good Sharpness and good Affinity. That one would probably be a pretty solid choice, and it would upgrade into a pretty decent maxed out one. Not the most powerful in the game or anything, but decent. We haven't fought high-ranking Nargacuga yet, or I guess we have, but not solo, so maybe I shouldn't make that one quite yet. We have fought high-rank Tetranodon, so I don't have too many qualms about making that. Infected Veil is kind of cool. I think it's kind of a gross design. Could go Bludgeoner with it. Don't know if you can make any good Bludgeoner stuff yet. Maybe not. That's true too. We might not actually have access to a bunch of Bludgeoner. Good old Diablo Strong Arm. I think we were thinking about making this one, the Rotaxian. It doesn't have the best sharpness or the best raw, but it has Attack Boost 4, and it has decent sharpness and some para. I kind of like that choice, to be honest with you. How often do you get to see somebody rock the Volvidon Charge Blade? Rotaxian's pretty comfy. I feel like we might go with it, which means we need to go fight low-rank Volvidon. Just pairs and KOs for days. I feel like that might be up our alley, but I don't know. Do you think that that would deprive me of learning in some Charge Blade matchups? Maybe. Maybe not. All right, low rank gear on. Still have to keep up pressure to get the KOs and paras off. That's fair. Doesn't have the most para. And Charge Blade KOs are Charge Blade KOs. That coffee's pretty good. All you need is a shield charge Lancer. That's fair. That move really felt really nice for Volvidon, didn't it? Shockingly so, to be honest with you. Now, I'm not sure how many points in guard I want to make for high rank. I guess 3 points in guard might be good. Hello, Jacob Conrad. The stream is just what you need after a long, stressful study session. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm doing pretty nice today. Been having some trouble sleeping, but not right now. I had a nice nap this afternoon. We adjust guard based on need? Okay. Where do they have Volvidon? There he is, reinventing the wheel. And cheers, Jacob Conrad. Thanks for saying that. That's kind of you. Some like Goss or KekW without 5. Yikes. I don't even know if I can really make good armor that's got 5 guard right now. I'm trying to think of what would be a good middle ground, I guess. CB only really needs 1 for the vast majority of attacks. I've been using 1, and 1 has felt like a little stingy for some of the bigger monsters' attacks that we're going to be going up against. Like, we're going to do Zinogre as one of our first high-rank monsters here. 1 and 3 are the main needed ones. I think we might go with 3. I might make a guard 3 armor set and kind of build out from there. You use counter P performance on big attacks? I'm not using any Wirebugs. So that makes things a little different. Tigrex is 6-star. You have access to good Bludgeoner gear then? No, the gloves are Bludgeoner 2 and something else with a 2 slot? Yeah, we'll see. Hello, Gilberto Ranger. Welcome to you. Not sure why I went the long way here. Yeah, Biotech, don't you know my middle name is DPS loss? I think we might have to hunt a high-rank Volvidon, and when we do, we should get some high-rank Rathalos materials so we can at least see the Reno gear. Are you planning to reach Valstrax without using Wirebugs? Yep. We might let ourselves move with Wirebugs during the Serpent fights, but we're not going to be using any Wirefall and no Silkbind attacks. Whoop, I missed. I feel like I've been getting a little more used to the movement with 5th generation Charge Blade. Prior to playing Rise this time around, I tried 5th gen Charge Blade in World and in Rise on the Switch. I never really got used to some of the sliding movement you can do, and it's actually pretty fun. You missed, buddy. That was spooky, actually. Whoops. Oh boy. Wow, we're very lucky he just randomly missed for no reason. He usually is a dead aim with those, or a dead eye with those. Oh, I was gonna try. I was gonna try and delay that SAD input so that I could get it right as he was done with the soil attack, and I mistimed it. It was funny that we fell off, and it was funny that we mistimed it, and it was funny that we continued to fall. I enjoy things like that. That's actually all we need. We could peace out right now, but we won't. We'll finish the hunt. Oh, I like laughing at Monster Hunter. It's fun. Whoop, hello. Whoops, thought that was gonna ping his head, it did not. Hello, the Digit Artist, welcome. Oh, I was hoping that would trade somehow. Get wrecked, Jaggy. I should have slid backwards there. See, like, in those situations when you can roll, you can also use the circle slide, and it really works well. I don't really know exactly what damage combo to go for with Impact File, no Axe Hopper, SAED, or no Axe Hopper, Charge Blade. Not really sure. We should probably compare some common combos on the training pool and see what does hypothetically the best damage on down. Whoop. I like how you can immediately tell you're using a Basarios weapon because the general design principle for those is just give a bunch of rocks together and put an edge on it somewhere. I like the Basarios weapons. I think they look pretty cool. Nice. Like, I know that AED is like our most consistent damaging option when we're not using the spinning axe mode. Landing an AED on the head. Whoops! He says as he misses it. So I feel like that round and round combo is probably the best we've got, because I think SAED is probably not pretty good in terms of damage unless you're lucky and land all the files. AEDs are not your most consistent. You just need to land a single SAED file to do as much as an AED? Really? Then I just didn't understand things properly. Shoot. I guess because PSPs are weird in COG. I'm sorry to hear it. That's just how Impact works and it's wacky. Well, I guess that's good to know. I'll try and get better at landing SAEDs then. Look at that orange sharpness. Element is nice because it doesn't have such ludicrous scaling. That's interesting. I wasn't aware about that with SADs. I wasn't aware that AEDs were so subpar in comparison. Where's Fish Kebab at? I don't know. They might be here later. We'll see. Fish you saw in other streams earlier. I'm sure they're around somewhere. AEDs and SADs have the same motion value for the actual axe. SAEDs also append a shockwave hit to the end. We should go after this quest and compare. Take a look at the damage numbers. I think we did in the past, but I guess I've forgotten. Not great at remembering exactly how mechanics work like that, I guess. The files for an AED are 7 motion value 3 times. While an SAED is 20 motion value up to 5 times. That's pretty nuts. Wow. It's kind of a tricky AED, or SAED setup, isn't it? I guess we can go from like this angle. Well, let's just do it from axe mode then. Uh-oh. I almost hit him. Oh, they're all here. Goodness. That's odd, Vio. Yeah, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Considering that, I don't know, AED is a little bit more precise. You don't expect it to do quite as much damage because it's not spending as many files, but still kind of crazy. Just how much more that is. Oops. Aw, man. This is literally 3rd gen desert? Correct. Whoa! There you go. That's a cool way to kill him. That was satisfying. It was. Get the kill screen posted in Discord? We'll see. Charge Blade's fun. You want to see? I'll show you right here. And I'll take a screenshot. Alright, now let's make our high rank Charge Blade. A dunk for the records. We have quite a few dunks in some chat commands. There's at least one other Charge Blade one. Thank you guys for the clip. It's not that great of a kill screen. I don't know, what do you guys think? I wish you could see his face. That's good, is it? I guess it's good. I'll take a screenshot of both the filtered and unfiltered version. Yeah, it doesn't look, it looks pretty painful, doesn't it? It looks like that would just crater you down to earth and kill you, doesn't it? Yeah, I didn't realize when we were dunking him that it was that kind of dunk. All right. Now, before we go all the way with the Volvidon tree, let's take a look here. Brutal Strike. Affinity boost, defense boost. Okay, I don't think there's anything that's really going to be super advantageous there. So we can upgrade into there, then upgrade into there, and then we need a Volvidon Claw. Cool. How's the base version? Base version's probably okay. Yeah, we can probably start using it. All right, let's throw on our baggy stuff, because that's what we're starting off with in terms of armor here. We'll probably throw on some Basarios. For now, we'll just throw on one. This doesn't really matter. A rough roller. Cool looking Charge Blade. I wonder if Stamina Thief is super useful with Charge Blade. Probably not. I wonder if there's another piece of armor that has load shells. We'll find out. We'll go out and we'll get some Rathalos and a high rank Volvidon Claw and we'll be set to go. So what's the best charms you got, either here or main file? Only really notable when you have is Bludgeoner 3. I forget what I have on the Switch. It's been like a long time. Oh yeah, we unlocked Counter Peak Performance or Axe Hopper. We can switch between those, but we're not using either. I haven't tried Counter Morph Slash either. We should try it and see how it feels. I think from what I've seen people run it, but then they speed it up with Rapid Morph to get the damage boost, but then not so many of the increased frames. I think that's how people have been running it. I don't know. In terms of charms, I did get one or two I was interested in, I think. I also got some charms the other day when I was testing out I was trying to troubleshoot my capture card, because my capture card's been having some issues, and I did some charm runs in 3 Ultimate that gave us a few good charms. I have a Fortify with a 3 slot. I have a Diversion with a 3 slot, Carving Pro with a 3 slot. I have a Rapid Morph 1 with a 2 slot, which is pretty nice. That's probably the best one I've got. Speed Sharpening with a 2 slot isn't bad either. Those are probably the best I've gotten so far. So nothing crazy. Nothing at all like endgame charms, because I'm not at the endgame yet. Speaking of charms. Botanist, Pog. I wish it just let you triple up on like your order. Like I don't want to have to put this order in 3 times, but here we are. All right. Volvidon. I think there's only a Hunt 2 Volvidon quest, or it's Volvidon and Basarios. Neither of which sound all that amazing. We'll do bowled over. We'll do the double Volvidon. Make sure we get as many chances at our claws as possible. I think on the Switch I got some crazy longsword charm that people thought was pretty good in terms of like quick sheath or something. I forget what the actual charm was though. Nice, Full Metal Dragon, congrats. Glad you were safe. That is indeed a relief. Alright, let's try out our new Charge Blade. Quickly found a Quick Sheath 2 Blight Resist 2 charm and you haven't been able to replace it yet? Gotcha. Somnacanth Scalp, we've already gotten that. Oh right, I have to have Red Shield to do that. Whoops. The axe mode looks cool. I bet it would look really cool with the condensed spinning axe. I like the way the 2 sides come out from the center. Blight Resist 2 is cozy though. Roll once to get rid of all blights except for Thunder Blight. That's awesome. Well, cheers, Full Metal Dragon. Man, we didn't get any Rhinopolis materials. We gotta go find some. There are probably some more in Area 8 with that Volvidon. You like Volvidon stuff? I sometimes liked his stuff okay. His armor was really good in 3 Ultimate. I remember using it the first time I played through that Games Village. I think it gives like evade up and maybe attack up. Which is kind of a crazy combination. Are there Rhinopolis here? There are Rhinopolis here. Big Volvidon. Oh, I thought he was gonna go backwards. My bad. Too early. Oh well. He's going for the guard point there. Too early on that. I like how much damage he's dealing to us. That's cool. Did he leave us? No, he's coming back. It's like he got lost. Shoot. Oh dear. Well, he's gonna miss with that actually. It's gross seeing that so close up. At least he didn't do the double para. I think the double para itself might have been enough to kill us, to be honest. Alright, where'd those Rathalos get off to? There was a sleeping one that's now gone. Okay, here they are, both of them. Hi, Churrito, what's up? We've gotten only low rank materials from this Rathalos. I just need like one piece of high rank Rathalos stuff so I can see the armor at least. There we go. The Carapace, we got it. I think this is the small secondary Volvidon. Yeah, we're gonna go finish off fighting the big one. Speed sharpening is nice. Oops. Wasn't facing the right way to guard point that. There we go. Took us too long to land a good guard point AED like that. Right, this is not my best damage. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. Oh well. That combo didn't work out too well. Too big, this Volvidon. Aw, 4. He did 4 swipes that time. No! Why can he do that? Hey, at least he missed. Ouch. Damn. That's quite the combo. The zoom away into the turnaround slam. At least I think that's what he did. I guess we should be keeping our sharpness a little bit more kept up, seeing as now that we have speed sharpening on our set. I'm not used to that yet. I wonder which one of the Volvidons is ours. Kind of lost ours. Doesn't really tell me. Well, we're just gonna go for this one and hope it's the one that we were just fighting. Should be the big one. That looks like the small one. Okay. Yeah, this map's really cool. This one, I believe, is my favorite in the game. I really do like how faithful it is to the 3rd gen Sandy Plains. It's just... There's just something really special about seeing a map like that reimagined in... I mean, it's definitely different in terms of the actual layout being physically different, but seeing a map you enjoyed in a previous game reimagined like that is just cool. Is that the big one? Did I get bamboozled? I can't even tell. I think maybe I got confused. They both look small now. You're the small one. But that big one's gonna move on soon anyways, which is a bummer. We were right close to him. The monsters have some funny things they can do to you when you're up on a cliff above them. Like how you showed up, slapped him once and left. I just had to see how large he was. Oh no! Is that one taking like an underground tunnel to Pound Town? I think he is. That's pretty gnarly. Yeah, he is. I'd like to see him do that sometime. I bet he has an interesting route underground. Oh, never mind. It's probably just through one of the monster tunnels. Never mind. That's one thing as I liked about Worlds. You could see the monsters moving around most of the time. This game, most of the time you can, but then occasionally they go through those tunnels and it's kind of lame. It's like, I'd like to see them scale the map, so like have a little pathing down there. Uh-oh. Alright, I can't drink any of that. They didn't give us deodorant either. Whoops, uh-oh. Don't want to double cart to a Volvidon. Your goal in Rise before Sunbreak releases is to have all quests cleared, including arena and event quests, and to have all guild card awards other than the ones for small and giant crowns. Do you have any pre-Sunbreak goals? I never fought the emergency Apex quests on the Switch, and so my goal is to get to the end of the game and do those. And probably do some interesting challenges that I'd be proud to post or like save after the fact on YouTube. That's kind of my goal. Is this Breath of the Wild? No, why? Oops. Because you're the only 10 I see? Huh? What? I'm confused, Schmeg. I'm sorry. This is Nintendo Switch Sports. Oh yeah, there was that Nintendo event yesterday. The thing out of that event I was most happy to see was that Mario Kart 8 was getting more tracks. I liked Mario Kart 8 quite a bit, and seeing that they didn't feel the need to put out an entire other Mario Kart game, but just release a ton of tracks for it for not that much money is like really nice. I'm pretty excited about those. That's a ton of tracks. Managed to clear the Apex Arzuros emergency with randoms on your first try. Apex Rathalos, on the other hand, is just one-shots left and right. Yeah, I want to do some interesting clears of those hunts, I think. That's my goal for this playthrough at this point. I realized that I was probably doing... this is my first time replaying a Monster Hunter game so close after it came out. And I think I realized I was doing too many things kind of similarly to our other playthrough just out of force of habit. When right now I really want to be getting to the end of the game and trying new things. So that's my goal, I think, is get to the end of the game and try new things. Your opinion is very much in the minority. Tons of people, me included, were disappointed it wasn't Mario Kart 9. I mean, like, that's about the number of tracks you would have gotten in a Mario Kart 9. What did you want? And plus, for me, Walk on the Sun, one of the things I didn't even realize at first was like, you know what that means? That means 48 more tracks with fantastic jazz reorchestrations. That's amazing. Like, I don't know. To me, there's really not, I mean, like, I'm not like a hardcore Mario Kart fan, so if there are like hardcore Mario Kart complaints about Mario Kart 8, that's valid. I just really like Mario Kart 8 casually, and so thinking about 48 more like musically amazing tracks is just great. Hey Fish, we were asking earlier where you were. We were wondering where you were. I hope you're doing well. It's all remasters of past tracks. None of them are really new. That's okay. I mean, like, I'm just talking about like 48 more tracks, all reimagined in the graphical style of Mario Kart 8 with the jazz music of Mario Kart 8. I don't know. I don't need them to add another dimension to the karting tracks because I don't really think that added all that much in Mario Kart 8. I'm happy with them just giving us more tracks. I'm quite pleased. Just got the barrage piercing Freeman Knight. Nice job. Not an easy task. What you making with it? We're working on making a charge boat set. We're gonna get hit by that, yeah. Yeah, I guess Walk in the Sun, I can understand if folks were really wanting something new or if somebody really had issues with how Mario Kart 8 plays, but I don't know. I really liked Mario Kart 8, so just Mario Kart 8 but more is just fine with me. I'm also not like hardcore invested in any of those series anymore. Like, I don't know. I'm not like heavily invested in anything Nintendo does. They're all games that like I enjoy casually because I used to enjoy them quite a lot as a kid, and now I can't enjoy them quite as intensely as I used to because they're not Monster Hunter. So like all of them I'm happy are like existing casually. That Kirby game looks cool. I don't know if I'll end up playing it, but it looks neat. That's kind of why I don't play them anymore, Schmeg. I just play Monster Hunter. And enjoy Mario, or enjoy Nintendo games casually, for the most part. When I overanalyze them, they don't hold up for me. Whoops. Well, that was a bust of an SAD. Whoops. Yo, get wrecked. That felt great. I like that you can do that to Volvidon. Knock him back just in time. Shoot. Oh well. I was hoping for new Sunbreak news. I didn't expect there to be any. I thought it was probably about right time-wise, but I wasn't like upset there wasn't. Uh-oh. Hi, FPS. Welcome. I need to be better about sharpening now that I have speed sharpening. Gotta get better about that. This Volvidon Sword and Shield is like a club. I actually didn't watch it live, Lord Castellian. I just skimmed through it after the fact and went, okay, no more Monster Hunter. Or no Monster Hunter news. More CB practice. I think my goal right now is I'm probably just going to try and get through to the end of the game and start taking on event quests. That's probably most of the stuff that's going to be like new to me in the game. And so I think that's what I'm going to try and focus on, is just reaching the end of the game and doing some of that new stuff with all the weapons rather than like playing through the game I've already played through with all the weapons. Are stat bombs new? Stat bombs? You mean like just the Apex emergency monsters having juiced up stats? Is that what you're referencing? Yep. I mean, I guess, no, those aren't new monsters, Fish, but I didn't really fight the Apexes that much at the end of the Switch version. Like, I fought them all several times, but not to the point of exhaustion or anything. I think they'll be good challenges for me, especially if I'm doing them with new weapon matchups that I haven't done them before. And I feel like those quests specifically are tuned to where we can use some of the stronger gear in the game and have reason to go and make some of the stronger gear in the game, but still get challenged, and that should be good, I think. That's kind of my thinking. I'm playing through the game. I'm not really feeling like clearing all the quests or collecting tons of weapons this time around. So, I don't know. I think I was feeling kind of disappointed in myself about that for a little bit, but now I'm okay with it. I'm okay with just kind of moving on towards the end of the game. So no, stat bombs themselves are not new quests. Like if I'd already fought all the Apexes with all the weapons, I don't really think I would be super jazzed about those quests. I'd be like, I'll try it to get a feel for how the scaling is. But seeing as I haven't fought all the Apexes with anywhere near all the weapons and stuff like that, and I haven't done any of those Apex emergency quests, I think I'd like to. Let's finish Rise tonight. Tonight we're focusing on making some Charge Blade gear. Primarily just this Charge Blade, this high rank Charge Blade. But then we'll also try and make some armor for it. Whoop. Yo, really? First try? First hit. Neat. These Delics, though. Oops. Man, those frames just work very differently than they used to, don't they? Well, last cart. Let's see if we can finish off our second Volvidon. Hopefully. Shink. And if not, well, I hope we got all the carbs we need. Didn't get any of the claws so far. Hi, Game God. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the spacing help. That's what I was hoping for. Oops, should probably be a little more careful there. Their shots sometimes are real wild. It's a little spooky. Nice, he staggered back into the files. Hello, Brian NG. Ooh, I need to heal. Imagine the Delics triple us. That could happen pretty easily. You were waiting for a Delics to finish me off. How kind of you. His movement is so odd in this game. And he goes away. Yeah, just in general, I feel like I've been feeling more at home with Charge Blade's movement. I don't know if I'm like, I don't think I'm great with it. But feeling more at home with the movement even, just the timing of the controls is really nice. That's a weird thing to say, but I don't know. It's been nice feeling a little bit more comfortable with it. It's weird that there are just big holes like that. Cool maps. Wow, comes out early that. Shoot. Oh shoot. I screwed that up. Oh, Castodon. Oh, Castodon. Oh shoot, that was supposed to be a AED. It's funny when a monster like Volvidon gets to deal this much damage too. We'll just wait. Well, there's one of the claws we needed. That's nice. Oh, Barroth. And away he goes. That's all he did. Bonked you off the ledge and into his mud, right according to his plan. This is poor positioning. This'll do. No, it won't. That was quite poor positioning. Whoops. Eh. Just wrecking his stamina with all the exhaust? Maybe so. I don't think files deal exhaust. Because they don't deal KO? I guess, well, KO, I'm not sure if the inherent exhaust values built into most blunt type weapons are tied to the KO status being applied or tied to the blunt type damage. I believe they're tied to the blunt type damage, and the fact that Charge Blade doesn't deal any blunt would mean that we're not dealing boosted exhaust, I don't think. So Stamina Thief probably wouldn't work well on this setup. I was asking myself that question earlier and thinking about that. I think that's the case. That's the tricky thing with files. They're just, they act like blunt in a lot of cases, but just they're not. They're true damage with KO tied to them. Just like way off in the damage type weeds. They're just their own separate thing, yeah. Did we get all the claws we needed? It looks like we did. Good stuff. We don't have to do Volvidon multiple times. Don't have to do double Volvidon multiple times. Let's see about what armor we should be making. I think it's about time we made stuff a little better than baggy. We should try out Rapid Morph with the increased guard frame damage counter thing once we get enough Rapid Morph. Speaking of which, let's take a look here. Let's take a look at some skills we can make. I kind of think I feel like I want attack 4. I can't make attack decos right now, so we might want baggy waist, ingot legs, maybe. That would satisfy our attack boost and get us some crit eye too. Should be nice. Dober Coil has attack 2 and a 2 slot. That's pretty nice. We can't really make a whole lot of 2 slot stuff yet. We haven't really fought Anjanath yet. Right now we're in this interesting economy where like we don't really have enough decorations to even utilize all the slots properly, so something like this would not be bad. Okay, let's see. What about Rapid Morph and Guard? Let's take a look at those two. Also, we should be able to see Artillery now. Yeah, we can. Artillery is just on Rathalos, and it's gross looking, but it has good slots. I think once we can make the decoration's like a 1-slot deco, but I think someone said earlier that it takes Basilius materials, and we probably won't get Basilius stuff for a while. So if we want any sort of artillery boost, it's got to be from freaking Rathalos. Okay, let's take a look at load shells, because we can get 1 point of load shells from. Okay, it's just Basarios. That's rough. We need 2 points into load shells for it to be able to use for us to be able to use it on Charge Blade, but I don't think we can really make that work right now. So we will not focus on using that Basarios chest piece after all. Artillery is a level 2 deco? Oh, I must have been thinking of World. Thanks for the heads up. Now Guard, we have the Barroth waist, which has 2 points in Guard. Barroth legs, which have offensive guard on them, which would be nice. Basarios Van Braces and chest. Diablos, we haven't really fought Diablos yet, so we shouldn't be able to make that. And then Chainmail has Guard, I forgot about that. Basarios arms with Barroth Greaves could be pretty good, I think. Then we'd be losing out on Ingot Greaves. I feel like I want Guard 3, which is why I'm thinking about this at all. We have a Rapid Morph Charm. Let me see if there's any Rapid Morph stuff I can make right now. Yeah, Volvidon has it. But it's 1 point on each. Oh, that sucks. That's rough. We already made his... Wow, I didn't realize we'd already made his legs. Evade Extender 2 is ridiculous as well. Can you just say that some of the deco costs are nutty in this game? Like, you mean the materials that go into them, or what? Alright, let's say we go for the Basarios. Basarios chest. Like a Magna Orb per handicraft deco? I really like that. I really like how much that costs. I like that because it gives you a long-term thing to grind towards and actually go out and hunt monsters for. Something that's tangible and not random. Well, I mean, like the actual like decoration is not random. You know you can make it with those certain pieces, even if the pieces are hard to go out and get, and it means that it assigns some kind of tangibility and like weight to those skills, having them on your set and being able to slot them in. I don't know. In a game where, I mean, this game has some tough choices in terms of how to slot decorations into your armor, but in games where you can really kind of, you can do some crazy stuff with mix sets, I think it's really nice that the decorations have some cost to them, so that at least when you look at your set, you're like, okay, I had to grind up a lot of those decorations to be able to max out those skills. That was cool. Let's say we just do these Basarios fan braces, and then... Let's say we went for... Is Dober a lot better defense than 52 defense versus 36? Yeah, we're gonna go with Dober. Barroth Helm has offensive guard. That's pretty nice. Tough decisions. I'm getting all confused. Hang on. I don't know how I can still be bad at like the buttons for this menu system so many hours in, but I am. Okay. What would this give us? This would give us, so this is mostly Barroth with some Basarios and Dober. This would give us attack boost 4, defense boost 4, guard 3, offensive guard 2. We'd be able to slot in speed sharpening, and we'd be able to get 1 point of rapid morph. That seems pretty good, I think. Offensive guard will be nice. I don't think it's a huge damage boost in this game. Do we have level 3? No, we have level 2. So 10% extra damage. Could be good. Okay. Do we need to go out and make... Yeah, we do. We need to go out and make a bunch of Barroth stuff. Great. Okay. Are we supposed to be able to make Dober right now? Or is that kind of a cheat? Let's see. No, we can make Dober. All right. Time for more mud? Yeah, indeed. Okay, so what we're making, I think it's just Barroth at this point. Yeah. Oh, I don't have the Basarios stuff on. Whoops. Alright, well, let's add these to our wish list. Greaves. Wait, what? Oh, it's already on our wish list? Says that? Says that? Oh, they're... yeah. Man, I'm doing a really poor job of navigating menus tonight. Oh well, it happens. Alright, so we've got those on there. Let's go hunt Diablos. Barroth, my goodness. Brain just fried. Apologies, folks. Okay. They both charge. What's the difference? Barroth has actual follow-ups on its moves in this game. Unlike Diablos. Baha! Let's go make some charge blade armor. Oh, did we actually upgrade this charge blade? I don't think we did. I think we got the materials for it, but we didn't actually make the upgrade yet. Let's do that. Hi, Arcane. How you doing? How you been? We are hunting a Barroth.
This is Beans!
Hi, Braxlap. It's good to see you, too. How are you doing? You're good? Nice. Glad to hear it. Bear broth? Yeah, Barroth, indeed. Yep, we're still ranking our way through the PC version of this game. We're getting towards the middle, or yeah, basically the middle of high rank, I'd say. Probably just about passing the midpoint soon. And we're playing the charge blade. It was your birthday yesterday, forgot to see about a hunt. You're still welcome to ask for a hunt. Doesn't have to be in this game, just has to be in a game that we've played a decent chunk of on stream. My capture card for my Switch and my Wii U is on the fritz right now. But I can do just about any, like I can do any kind of free Night request you'd like, or 4 Ultimate or 3 Ultimate on the 3DS at least. So if you have something in mind, you can let me know. I'd like to do one for you. Oops. Happy belated birthday, by the way. I hope it was a nice day. That was quick. Kestodon Menace. Oh my goodness. That hitbox, though. Aw. Bummer. It was nice. Doing birthday things Sunday. Did your wrestling happening? Nice. Did wrestling happen yesterday, or is wrestling happening on Sunday? I guess probably Sunday, right? I was gonna say, there should be a KO coming our way. Oops. Wait, today's your birthday, Shade Knight? No way! Happy birthday to you! Oh, the timing. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Oh, you wrestled today and now you got in... On Sundays you have to watch your weight. Oh, neat! Well, cool. Best of luck to you with your wrestling, Braxlap. That's sick. Shaded Knight, something we do on this stream is if there's on your birthday, you get to pick a weapon matchup and a monster you'd like to see me hunt. You can choose from pretty much any of the games that we've played on stream. So you can pick a Freebie Knight hunt, a Portable Third hunt, or Ultimate. This game here. I suppose High Rank Monster Hunter World because we played that recently. So if you have a particular weapon matchup or hunt you'd like to see that would be entertaining for you to watch, feel free and ask, and I'll be happy to try at least. Like I said, my capture cards on the fritz, all the subs from this month are going towards a capture card replacement because my capture card's been broken for the last little bit here. That way we'll be able to stream GU and Rise Switch again. Probably just being Rise, you're addicted to this game? Nice, gotcha. Hey Jack McBride, welcome to you. Aw, I missed the arms. Too early on that. Dang, his timing is tricky. My goodness, Arbok. Thank you. Thank you very much. Enjoy all those folks who Arbok just gifted subs to. That is very kind of you, Arbok. Cheers. Thanks. It should be all good. I don't think... I don't think it'll be an issue to replace the capture card this next month. I'm just waiting. So as to not spend too much money too quickly. That's all. Hello, Poopenheimer. Welcome. That's very kind of you, Arbok. Cheers. Poopenheimer came right into a sub. That's awesome. I gotta figure out which capture card I'm gonna get. I'm not buying another Elgato one. I do not, Corgus, no. It'll be okay. What Hunter rank are we at the moment? We're HR 6. We've just gotten to 6 recently. We're making some Charge Blade armor, and then we're going to be pressing on trying to clear all the monsters in HR 6, and then keep going for the end of the game. I hope it will too, Schmeg. I've heard some people who have had good luck, and then I've heard people who have bad luck. I've had a combination of good and bad luck with Elgato. Some of their other stuff is nice, like the lights they make are pretty nice. And the other capture card I had from them was like an old one, and it held up pretty well. This one I got a year ago, and it's already on the fritz, so I'm kind of bummed out. Probably going to check out Avermedia. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, I've never done like a sub goal for anything like that, any sort of equipment or upgrade or thing. I don't really like, I don't know. I don't really like trying to focus on any sort of money thing. I don't think we need to do that in order to afford the capture card. It'll be just fine. Oh, he ran into a tree. Come on, KO. Nope, no KO. This is not going to do anything, except get me hit. You won't be able to turn your sub into an NFT? No, not even slightly. Sorry. Nope. You should only sub if you like the stream and you want to kick back a little bit. That's it. And if you want the emotes or no ads, obviously. That helps. Either wait it out, Braxlap, or fling it out into the middle of an area where it doesn't collide with any walls. Yeah, that's what we've been doing. Whoops. Whoops. He ran into a wall. We're gonna die. Yeah. Too bad. So far, doing this run without any Wirebug like based damage, be it Silk Binds or Wirefall escaping or Wyvern Rides, has made me focus a lot more on the fundamentals of a lot of the weapons. It's been fun. I've been enjoying myself for sure. I think it just has to do with your goals for streaming. If your goal is to grow your channel, then it's fine to have sub goals and whatnot. If you really just want to have a small, comfy community, then it's not really something you have to care about, as long as the people there are there fostering a comfy community. I've been really happy about how it's felt not focusing on money and still having a good time just hanging out with y'all. The amount of people that have kickback has allowed me to purchase some nice upgrades that have helped with the stream. But I'm glad it hasn't had to become like a focus of the stream or anything. I wouldn't want that. What happens if you do use a Wirebug? Do you restart the game? No, we restart the hunt. Yep. Let's say I've had this happen a couple times now where I've been like cruising towards the monster, just like Wirebugging along, jumping along toward the Barroth, and I hit him out of the air. I count that as damage from a Wirebug, and so I restart. If I want to do an aerial attack on the monster, I have to jump onto a wall, run off, and then attack. That's fine, but just jumping straight into the air is not, because I feel like it can get kind of cheesy with some weapons that get a lot out of the air, like Greatsword or Gun Lance or Hammer. Okay, what do I need to do to fight this Barroth well with Charge Blade? I think I need to focus on just dealing damage to its arms. I should probably look at what I need from him too, see if we need to be cutting his tail or anything. Oops. No, the timing is so messed up, dude. Not a good thing to try and guard point, I guess. We're gonna freaking die to the tail. We didn't die to the tail. Barroth is such a menace in this game, and it's great. It is, isn't it? Whoop. The arenas in this game are really fun, it's true. We've been doing a little bit of them recently and enjoying ourselves. was aimed pretty poorly. Whoops. Does it make you want to try Charge Blade? Charge Blade is kind of a struggle bus in this game. There are ways to play it where it does good damage, but you have to be kind of specific. Not all of its moves are quite as busted strong as they were in previous games, but it's still a really fun weapon. I'm enjoying it because of some of that challenge, I think. In a game where a lot of the weapons feel maybe a little too strong, Charge Blade feels like you have to work for your damage, which is kind of fun. It's honest work, Charge Blading. With Longsword Special Sheath counter, it looks like it uses Wirebug for the damage. No, the Special Sheath counter doesn't use Wirebugs at all. The Helmbreaker does. I can't jump up into the air with Soar and Kick and get that kind of damage. So it means that we end up using the Spirit combo for a lot of our damage with Longsword. That and Special Sheath, yeah. Hi, Floey. Welcome, welcome. No, it doesn't, but it looks like it uses the Wirebug Silk for it. I'm not going off of the visual of Wirebug Silk. I'm going off of, does it use a Wirebug charge? Because there's lots of things in this game that have some kind of weird like glow to them, whether it's a Wirebug glow or a Hammer Charge glow or a Charge Blade Red Shield glow. Claw. Claw. Quality fin. Whoops. Well, cheers, Floey. I hope your Chem 2 is alright. Oh, come on. No! Dude, Barroth is such a menace in this game. Oh my goodness. There it is. Thank you. Hell yeah. Dude, this thing is sick. Oops. Nice, Brian. Advanced Super Barroth 1. I genuinely think people would struggle with it. I don't know. It could just be that some of the weapons I fought Barroth with are just not very good against Barroth, but I feel like he has some pretty gnarly follow-ups. And like some weird mix-ups in terms of timing. The mix-ups and some of the follow-ups are what make him difficult for me. Nice, got the arm. Got the arm again. Oops. Really? Neither of those little swipes hit him? Whoops. Oi. Advanced Olmudron would mess people up too. Probably so, yeah. I really like Olmudron a lot. I would be down for an advanced Olmudron. Dude, imagine Apex Olmudron. Ooh, we got 2 claws. That's great. I feel when you beat a monster but still feel defeated. I don't feel overly defeated. If I look that way, I must have just been thinking. Can you show me what event quests you can do? Yeah, sure. Shaded Knight and Brackslap. Let me know if there are any quests you want me to look at and see if I can access yet for y'all's birthday hunts. I don't have loads of like on-level gear, but I've got like a decent chunk of on-level gear for most of the weapons right now. Cool, now we got plenty of claws. Okay, we just need to go get some big fins from Delix, I think. Don't know what fights you got available, but Volvidon with Charge Blazer request. All right, we can do that. We did a little bit of that earlier. We actually fought 3 Volvidon with Charge Blade earlier. But I can definitely do another one. All right, event quests, huh? So event quests I can take on. I'm HR 6. So some of the HR 8 ones, like the Apex Arzuros event quest, I can't take on. I can't do Olmudron. I can't do Chameleos. A lot of the events I won't be able to do. Most of them are just like HR 4 or HR 8. And most of them are HR 8. So I can't do most of them. I can do this Zinogre, the Blue Bomber's best friend. I can do Knights in Shattered Armor. Maybe we'll do that one with Charge Blade. We haven't cleared that event yet. We can do this Troubled Waters one in the Infernal Springs, which is kind of cool. If you wanted to see me against some of the Apex monsters, I do have challenge quests, and I did try this the other day with Phallus and it went okay. So here are some monsters you can see me fight through challenge quests if you'd like to. Zinogre, Tigrex, Magnamalo, Kadachi. Here's this one. I can try this one. I don't know if I'll be able to clear it, but I can try this sort of thing in the challenge quest if you want me to. Here you go. Challenge quests have 3 carts? I think so. Alright, just need some quality fins and we'll be done with our armor set for now. So let's go get those quality fins real quick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be HR8, but we can definitely take a look, Braxlab. Yep. Sorry, I've just not been fast tracking this game's progression. We were doing things that were we were doing some kind of varied bits of progression. I've recently decided that I want to go a little bit faster than that because we've already done more completionist style play on the Switch, and I'm not actually that interested in doing all of the completionist style stuff again, at least not right now with PC. Maybe someday. There's one. I need one more. Then we can get out of here. When you reach HR8, you want to do that one, and when you reach it, it has to be the monkey on the mountain. Okay. I imagine we'll reach HR8 probably in another week or two. Your choice of weapon? Okay. I'll try and if I see you around in a week or two, once we've gotten to that point, I'll be sure to do that quest for you, and I'll be happy to. That particular monkey's really fun. We fought him on the Switch. At least a little bit. Your choice of weapon. My choice of weapon for the Super Rajang. Where'd those Delics go? Here they are. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Cheers, Proxap. I'll ping you when I get to that point in the game. I'll try to remember as best I can to do that. As for tonight, I think we'll do that triple monster quest with our new Charge Blade set that includes Volvidon for Shaded Knight's birthday. Got him. There we go. Okay, we're good. Think you're gonna drop Lance for Charge Blade? If you do, I hope you have fun. I feel like they nerfed Rajang in this game. He's definitely different than World Iceborns. He is a high rank Rajang. High rank Rajang's always been kind of weird. Alright, let's make that Barroth armor. Maybe the Barroth chest, I think. Alright. Let's set some decorations and change some colors around and call it good. Grinder decoration. It's nice that we've got plenty of room for other decos in this set, including a Vade Extender. So if we want to drop in a Vade Extender for, if we want to drop in a Vade Extender for Spinning Axe mode, we totally can, which is pretty cool. We don't have access to Para Attack yet, but when we do, we can drop that in as well. Or we can max out things like Guard or Offensive Guard once we get access to those decos. That's not too bad of a set. Attack 4, Defense Boost 4 is kind of a lot. That's more than I was planning on having, to be honest with you. If we look at our status, how much defense? 287 before eating is quite a bit. That's a lot more than our previous set, which is probably for the better. Seeing as most of this Barroth armor really isn't from that late in the game. I guess it has 50 defense each. That's not too bad. Let me just double check there aren't any good. I guess we could, I mean, for now we could throw in KO. We have a nose bone that we could put. We could put a KO deco in there if we wanted to. Get a little bit of a boost there in that way. Could put in some recovery up decos if we wanted. Eh. For now, this is fine. I'll put in that KO deco. Oh, it's like the tail in the back. That's weird. All right. Let me see. Do I want to throw on the guild quest? The guild cross waist. That's kind of nice, yeah. Why don't we? Could look better, could look worse. Let's save this set. Let's actually I'm gonna change one more thing. I forget what the Guild Cross arms look like. I might not want them after all. I think maybe they look kind of weird. They've got those little things on them that stick off that kind of, I don't know if I'm into that. Is that mesh better than the Basarios? Yeah, probably a little bit. Just Barroth and Guild Cross mixed. We'll see. Yeah, me too, Braxlap. I'm excited to see what they take some of these patterns and what I'm excited to see what they do with some of these patterns. How they upgrade the monsters in Master Rank. Thank you for the Dongo Cats. Are you using Countermorph Slash? I haven't yet. Let's go before we go out on this quest. Let's see what that feels like in the training area. Let's look at some damage numbers in the training area too. I think it's just more comfy for guard points. I don't know if I like how slow it is. That move does quite a bit of damage. Okay, I want to see how much damage a single AED does. 288 with some with triple files. Those files didn't deal tons of damage. Biotech wasn't wrong about that. Let's see what an S80 looks like. So those were like 26 damage files. What Countermorph does is make it where you have larger guard points but a bigger punishment for failing them. What do you mean a bigger punishment for failing them? $285, $207. Oh, the shockwave is a lot. And then the files were like double damage, yeah. So SAED is by far and away our biggest damage move in terms of just large damage. End lag. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. Is there, hang on. Is there a guard point at the end of this? Is this a guard point right here? Start only? So it's very different. That might be nice. That's a very different feeling than the circle guard point. I don't think I like this. But something I should see before I write it off is how much extra damage I get, I think. So let's refresh our memory on how much damage an AED does, just neutral. 285 with triple 26. Whoops. Let me get my sharpness back up. I still missed. $311, and all the files did more damage too. That's kind of substantial. We'll try it out. This hunt for Shade's birthday, Shaded Knight's birthday, is going to be our test for that. That's very interesting. We're going to be doing the event quest for Shaded Knight. The event quest, Knight in Shattered Armor. You're all good, Hot Pocket. You're welcome to your opinion that Tail Slam isn't fun to deal with anymore. Is this the goal? Wait, this must be the ghouls and Super Ghouls and Ghosts quest. I didn't realize. I'm with Hot Pocket, and I think Nargacuga has not offered a good challenge in a long time. Not base Nargacuga, anyways. I'm sure that Lunar, no, what's that? What's the Nargacuga called from 3 Ultimate? I haven't fought it yet. Anyways, Silverwind and whatever that other Nargacuga is from 3 Ultimate. Lucent, yeah. Lucent Nargacuga, thank you. I can't believe I forgot what it is called. I'm sure those pose a decent challenge. But Nargacuga in itself, I don't think has had like a challenging, difficult fight since maybe 2nd generation. Alright, so we're trying out this new counter skill. Oh man, that's gonna take some muscle memory to get used to the fact that I don't need to spam the axe to sword transformation way early in order to get the guard point. Yeah, that'll take some time to get used to. That ding is pretty nice. That's so weird. Ding! That's kind of sick, to be honest with you. Oh, Basarios! Just walks through a Sade, doesn't care. The tongue. Oh, shoot. Alright, so we have to be kind of careful here. I don't want to fling Basarios into any walls. This should be safe? Okay, yeah, it's safe. We're good. He did not take any damage. We don't have to reset. Definitely using Charge Blade for your PC playthrough of Rise. I hope you have fun with it. I did not enjoy it when I first tried it on the Switch. It's taken some experimentation to enjoy it here on PC. I think it's an interesting weapon in this game. It's goofy hearing this music. Alright, not aerial attacking Volvidon. Hope you enjoy hearing it for 20 minutes. I probably won't. Can't believe that. That's, oh my goodness, wow. Okay. Shink. Yo. I wish he hadn't rolled quite so far away. Alright, we're gonna do this even though it's risky. Alright, and now let's heal. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do, but that's okay. Ah, interesting. Oopsies. Oh man, wish I hit him. Whoops. Nice charge wave play. We're trying. Thanks. I need to remember I have a guard point at the beginning. I'm not stuck in axe mode. I'm so not used to that. That alone is honestly kind of a selling point. Is like if you're in axe mode, you can get a guard point off of that. That's kind of nuts, to be honest with you. What are you doing? Volvidon? Oh, he's so confused. He's so confused and he's going so far away. Okay. Didn't realize the new emotes are neat. I'm glad you like them. We had those done earlier this year mostly by our friend Uchi. Uchi vs. the World. They drew those and they're quite nice. I like the bass line to this music. Guys got rid of the pants. The pants are still there. They're what's called a follower emote, and they aren't showing up on mobile right now. So if you're on mobile or like a console, you won't see them. If you're on desktop, you should still see the pants and the ayaya and a few other emotes there, just available on desktop currently. The Twitch follower emotes system essentially lets you use the emotes in this chat room only, but everybody who follows gets to use them, and then for whatever reason they haven't added those to their mobile app yet because their mobile app is kind of hot garbage. What are these tunes? It's event quest music, Marths. It's for ghosting, super ghouls and ghosts. Hiya, Marths. You can even still type in the emote code if you want to use the emote on mobile. It's just like, it's weird. You won't see it, but other people will see it if you type in the emote code on mobile. So like if Braxlap's on mobile and they type in Ristra Pants with the proper like casing and everything for the letters, it will show up. It just won't show up on their screen. It's really odd. I understand Hot Pocket's point of view sometimes, where like, I don't think that the style of difficulty that's in 5th generation is without its own merits, but I also totally understand preferring the kind of difficulty that's in older games and just kind of being upset that it doesn't really exist in the newer games as much. Like in some ways, the same sorts of difficulty can exist, but sometimes it just doesn't. So, I don't know. I understand where they're coming from. Now you can't modify it with the finger gun for a stupid joke. That's true. Basarios. Still love the look of the new emotes. I'm glad. I do too. They came out really, really nicely. Uchi drew most of those over the course of like the late fall and early winter. They're really nice. Welcome, Maestro Nox. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. It's a surprise. I saw Nox was streaming earlier, streaming some Final Fantasy XIV. First time I've seen a Maestro Nox stream in a good long while. Hey, Novacell. It's good to see you. How you been? Welcome into the Nox Box, Raiders. We're jamming to some super ghouls and ghosts and hunting things with Chargeblade. 11-hour gamer. Is that how long you went? I was about to ask you if you've been streaming since earlier. That's crazy. That's a long stream, dude. How was it? We're about to sade Basarios to death is what we're about to do. I'm also trying out the weird Chargeblade like extendo guard point thing for the first time. I haven't really tried out that switch skill where you have like longer morphs in exchange for increased damage on your AED and SAED in a follow-up. Most of that didn't hit. Whoop, that's too early. But he missed. Alright, cheers. You rest well, Nox. Thanks again for the raid. I appreciate it. How does that switch skill pair with Rapid Morph? I believe Rapid Morph speeds it up, Marks. We have 1 point in Rapid Morph right now, not 3. But eventually I'd like to make 3 Rapid Morph decos or use a better Rapid Morph charm or armor piece or something. I think that's what people do if they're trying to play like old style Chargeblade in this game is they'll run this skill so their damage gets boosted because the damage boost is substantial to both files and the actual SAD attack. And then they'll just use Rapid Morph to speed it up again. Oops, I missed. I don't know how I missed. Ding. When you start pulling back on the left stick to do AED, as soon as you input the animation. Well, it's not just pulling back on the stick. You have to pull back and press triangle to do it. But then after that, then you should be aiming your AED in a different direction again. Where exactly are you in Rise PC? What hub rank? HR6. So AED is pull back and press triangle, and then you can re-aim it after that. It's a lot of stick movement for AED. Oh, here's Rathalos. Let's go ahead and use speed sharpening. Just chink. That's Magnamalo rank? Not quite. I think he's the Urgent to 7-star. We unlocked Zinogre and Nargacuga though. Can't even pull the AED out for some reason. Okay, so in AED, you do triangle plus circle, triangle plus circle, triangle plus circle, back and triangle, and then after that, then you can tap the stick in whatever way you want. But as soon as you press triangle, like, and circle the 3rd time and get the, get the animation for that to come out, you should be pulling back, like, back towards your character. And pressing triangle on. He missed. This is obnoxious. Rathalos, leave us alone. Oh, shoot. Jeez. Where are my herbal medicines? There they are. But yeah, the AED cancel has always been kind of a tricky input for folks. Myself included. Alright, screw off. That almost got us right out the air. Whoops. Can't get over the fact you've been watching you for around 3 years. It kind of feels like a while now, doesn't it? To me, it's weird too. I don't know. I'm not used to it yet either. Okay, here's your Ultra Boomer take. Just ignore it if you like Rise. I feel like so many fights in Rise just come down to Simon Says. You do the same responses to moves each time. Wirebugs could have helped, but the implementation was hilariously bad. Interesting. I mean, I feel like all Monster Hunter games have a bit of that, with like more or less room for experimentation depending on the openings of the monster and the patterns of the monster. Oops. What's next, buddy? Oh, I can't block that. Oh, well. Okay, what do we want to do here? I think we want to go for an AED on the head. Nope, wasn't able to aim it towards the head. That's okay. Let's go ahead and just charge our shield up here in a moment. No! Weird interaction. That's fair, Hot Pocket. I still think there's some of those things in this game. But both the monsters having more lenient hitboxes and the player having more fluid control makes those things weigh into the moment-to-moment decision-making a little bit less. Are we gonna die from that? No, because it's super slow. Oh my goodness. It's gone up and down, Braxlap. Seems like folks wanting to watch is kind of dependent on season of the year, season of if the game is new. I don't know. Things go up and down and it's okay. I need the carves, Rathalos. This music is getting old. Rathalos time. Good thing is you only have to do this once to get your layered armor. I did not know that. I'm not actually doing it for the layered armor, I'm just doing it because it had Volvidon in it, and it seemed like a good hunt to do for Shaded Knight's birthday. I did not know the music was going to be a part of it. We can always turn it off too. Yep. This is gonna get us a KO. that a paraproc, maybe? I don't know. Nope, I guess not. It's just a dunk. Found that surprising. What? That was also surprising. Ah, that's a rough situation to be in. I needed to guard point that, and I was scared. It's so weird how that guard point comes out instantly. It just feels backwards because it's always been at the end of the morph, not at the beginning, coming back. Missed. Oh, shoot. All right. Instant charge. Please go that way. Nope. Oh, yo. Okay. Sure. Yeah. That wasn't aimed super well. Should have repositioned before firing that off. Get another file charge here. Are we in axe mode now? We are. Okay, we have an instant guard point at our disposal. That time it didn't miss. Chink. That worked? It did. This theme. Yeah, Hot Pocket, I just want you to know I have nights like you too. Or like, I have nights like the how you're feeling tonight. I don't know if it varies for you that much, but for me, there are some nights where I just cannot look past some of the things about new Monster Hunter that don't mesh with me as much as the old games. And then there are other nights where I'm like, you know, I'm okay with some bits of this. It's fun. There have definitely been some nights I've had some conversations where I've been like, yo, everything I like, or like a lot of the things that I just really enjoy from these old games is just missing. It's not there anymore. But then other nights I'm like, yo, I actually really had a good time with this. Chink. You know, you have some nights with old Monster Hunter? Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know if I have nights where I'm like, I don't like this, though. That's the thing. I have some nights where I have a hard time with old Monster Hunter. I'm like, this is awful. I don't agree with these design decisions, but I still like it. It's a little different, I think. I wish that hit. That KO was interesting, wasn't it? Interesting. Charge me down. Do it. Do it, coward. No! No! He didn't charge me down. This music, though. Who thought like a 30-second loop was a good idea for a triple monster quest? Even if you're slaying these things quickly, it's at least going to be 15 minutes. Like, oh my goodness. No, don't leave. The music's a bit much. It's probably almost over. It's authentic to Ghosts and Goblins. I mean, it's reorchestrated, but it's the song from Ghosts and Goblins, yeah. Ugh. It's from the new one. Ah, could be. It sounds like it. That's not good. That move does so much damage. Oh boy. Is he going to attack the Remobra? He is, yeah. Oh shoot. I screwed it up badly. Over here next. Woo! You can just roll through the flame patch after that guard point. Yeah, the guard point or a block will neutralize the entire flame wall's attack hitbox. Yep, as weird as that is. Oh, shoot. Oh, I forgot that guard point is so late. KO? Yeah. Going for this. This attack actually does as much physical damage as an AED. Hey, we did it. Rathalos is kind of cool in this. I like Rathalos in this. Nice run. 10 minutes each, just about. Right about 30 minutes on the dot. Now do it again for the music. I'm good. I had enough ghouls and ghost music now. I think I like that charge blade skill. It's weird, but I appreciate the boosted damage and the ding, and I think I can get used to the fact that the morphs are different. I think it fits with the kind of play we're trying to go for with impact quite a bit. I don't know if it would feel as good with the spinning axe mode. That's cool. But yeah, happy birthday, Shaded Knight. Thank you so much for hanging out in the streams, and I hope that that was fun to watch, and just cheers. I hope you had a nice birthday. We're going to put it to the test next, Floey, against Zinogre. Whoa there! Okay, those are not Rathalos rubies. Those are 2 beast gems and a Rathalos plate. Right. I think I'm going to use the bathroom, and when I get back, we're going to go ahead and fight Zinogre. We tried soloing Zinogre with Hammer the other day, and we failed, so we'll try again with Charge Blade, and I assume get destroyed. At least once. Let's find out when I get back. I'm back. Thanks for waiting for me. Ah. Let's try out Zinogre. Ah, it's sale day. Skies flash, clouds blue, clouds boom. Do you think they nailed switch axe in this game? It's hard carrying the game experience for you right now. Yeah, I feel like as long as you don't ZSD too much, it's nice. It does feel really incredible, I think. Alright, let's see how we do against Zinogre. I think it's gonna be less about actually guarding his moves or like guard pointing his moves and a lot more about judging our openings in terms of can we fit in an AD or an SAD here. Do you like the Silkbrine that does a quick reload dash with iframes? Not a loaded question. It feels good to use, especially with the iframes. It's not that many iframes either, I feel like. So it's kind of tight feeling, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I guess I like it. Sure. It is insanely busted. It basically makes it so you never have to use axe mode, but it's like CPP in terms of cutting out a big part of the weapon. Yeah. I was supposed to be on the head. I was a little over-aggressive. Shoot, I didn't think this through. Okay, so even with guard 3, some of Zinogre's moves are still too much for our guard level. We need to be careful and heal. Shoot! Cool. You know what? Oh boy, I should have seen that coming. What mode are we in? We're in Axe. Oh gosh, that's like the worst possible place to be for that move, is like directly underneath him. He can't hit us with that. Nope. That move has a fixed direction for the second big slam, so it's not too scary if you're already out of the way of him. That was probably not the best damage I could have done. I should have done an SAD there. Hi, Soul. Just supercharged and left? He did, yeah. He did, didn't he? You should go to bed. If you do, Iced Tea, I hope you rest well. Whoops. That is so weird. This might be a bad idea. Nope, not a bad idea. We should heal. I'm sorry if I haven't engaged with some of the more in-depth conversations taking place in chat tonight. I've been trying to focus in on Charge Blade. Ouch. Oh, that was like the 1 second between that upswing and when you're allowed to press ups, or when you're allowed to press guard point, because I was spamming it. R2 in triangle. Oh well. I'm trying to, IST. I'm still trying to watch. But I'm definitely not been able to keep up with the specifics of what has been being discussed about older Monster Hunter gameplay versus newer Monster Hunter gameplay. Not able to engage with that fully tonight, or at least not while playing. Okay, Ice Tea. Well, I'm looking. Don't worry. Oh, it missed, didn't it? Oh, no. Cheers, Steve. Yeah. Oh, no. See, that's where you get screwed. Okay. That's where you get screwed, is if you miss that guard point, you're just stuck in this giant axe transformation for years. Years of your life now dedicated to that single transition from sword to axe. That was kind of risky. Bad decisions. Axe mode? Yeah. Oh boy. It hit my guard. It overcame my guard. Yikes. Is that morph guard point instant? It's at the beginning of axe to sword. Yeah, it's weird. It's definitely weird. It feels advantageous in the damage it boosts, and it feels advantageous in that you don't have to, like, if round slash guard point felt like it did in the previous games, it would be like actually kind of a toss-up. Like, do I want my guard point at the beginning or the end of the axe morph? Because the round point, the round slash guard point's actually pretty hype, but having it immediate is nice, I guess. Yeah, I don't care about the guard point frames, Vio. I am going to be maxing out rapid. I am going to be maxing out rapid morph when I can. The timing isn't the issue. It's like, do I get boosted damage or no? Do you have a guard point on Unsheath into Axe? I don't think so, but I'm not sure. Yep, you caught me, Soul. No, I'm trying to weight the side of the weapon that I feel like this weapon's kit asks for with damage. Like, I would prefer my damage come from the file damage. Or from, like, AEDs, SAEDs, that kind of thing. Ooh, that's a weird thing to see. That didn't look right. Having a monster get, like, insta-parried from an SAED is super odd. Unsheathing with R is a guard point. Even with this special switch skill, Kyrule, like right here, that would be a guard point. Well, let's test it. We'll test it right here. Because, I mean, if it has the same guard point as, like, the regular axe, then it should be instant at the beginning of your Unsheath, which is kind of neat. And yeah, the leg trips do feel pretty mystical in this game. It's a very tight guard point, though. Is it? Okay, well, we'll try our best. Hello. I would like you to try and hit me with my weapon sheathed. Hi. Oh yeah, it works. Is it literally frame 1? It looks like it. Oh shoot. This might be a charge. Yeah, it's a charge. Woo, no. Whoa, that's so scary and such a long whiff. My goodness. It does feel like since making this set and using that, feels like our files are doing a little more damage and I'm having a little bit of a better time using them. What's the sword to axe morph? I'll show you. Okay, so The sword to axe morph is kind of the same, it's just much slower, and you get a bigger guard point at the beginning of it. I don't really view, like, I think I've heard some people really like this for the increased windows, but guard point windows are already pretty generous with like stock guard points. What the benefit of this is that, I mean, you do get that instant guard point from axe to sword, which is nice. Both of these animations, the morph animations, are like glacial. They're so slow, and that part where you stab is not a guard point. The part I like is that when you land a successful guard point, well, for one, you get a ding. The ding's pretty great, but the extra damage is pretty substantial. Did you build artillery? Nope. Nothing super duper crazy. Oh, no files loaded. Nice one. Darn. Okay, so that guard point there does not last forever. We just saw it there. I missed it. The unsheath. We'll try it again. Here comes an uppercut. Nope. Okay, so it really isn't long. If you look at that, how short amount of time there was that I whiffed. Oh, we're screwed. Holy crap. Oh! Dude, missing it and going, oh, is just like the worst moment. Let's try that again. I should have been peeling off to heal and to charge my shield, not going for unred shielded blocks on his slams. Not very intelligent there. Yeah. We probably would have chipped. It's actually kind of cool that missing it can screw you, isn't it? I mean, like, if you miss a regular guard point, you're also going to get pretty screwed. It's just like a little bit more. A little bit longer of an opening there. You didn't go, oh, you meant, oh! It was a bad moment of realization, man. Oh, we're about to die. It's okay, it means you gotta temper your nerves and your reactions around moves like that and go, okay, am I just blocking here or am I going for these guard points? What are we doing? 3U came out 10 years ago. We're gonna be playing some 3U this spring as well. I mean, I guess smarts, but also like, what if you did hit all those guard points? That little bit of guard point damage adds up. You lose out on opportunities to go for the strong counters at the end of those guard points there. Oh shoot, I screwed that dodge up. Whoops. I screwed up controls there. What's wrong, Nox? What's up? Can't sleep? You can come watch me be bad at Charge Blade if you want. Oh, dear. Like I said, holy crap, that's some low health. Sing you a lullaby. What lullaby do you want? I don't know very many. I don't think I've ever sung on stream outside of the Dongo song. Here, hang on. I got you, Nox. I got you ready. Right here. Dongo. Oh wait, is it Dongo 1? Yeah, Dongo 1, Dongo 2. There you go. 2 songs for you. Sung by me. Oh, Sag. No! That feels bad. I need to heal. Why? I don't have any files. Ugh. So poor. Yeah, that's actually insane, unsheathing into a guard point like that. Just like last time, he supercharged and then left. It does feel pretty cool when you get those last second, like, any other timing this wouldn't have worked, Top Pocket. It feels really neat. Hey, Decentus dude, it's good to see you. How you been? I've been meaning to reach out to you because I finally got access to some animated emote slots. Oh, geez, there's 3 slams. Who would have thought? Here comes a uppercut. We're gonna dodge the uppercut and heal. Oh, we didn't even get knocked down. You don't get knocked down from that. Gnarly. Did not handle that Zinogre situation very well there. You're supposed to wirefall? Oh, I get it now. Bracky isn't in Rise? No, Bracky's not in Rise, correct. Guess he'll be in Sunbreak. I would think that would be a good guess, Nox, yeah. Whoops, wrong button. Not quite. It feels good getting staggers almost every SAD. That is so not the norm for CB in this game. The whiff, absolutely. Want to know about a super dangerous bill that's coming up in Congress? Not particularly. We try and avoid politics on this channel for the most part. There's so much doom and gloom in the world, and so many places on the internet to discuss it, that we try and keep this place kind of free of that stuff. It's not like it's not against the rules fully, but we generally stay away from topics like that. But I get that feel, the whole want to leave the US feel. That failed too. You can be doom and gloom about Monster Hunter though. There are less places on the internet that are gonna stuff that down your throat than here. It's just, I don't know. It's not even that I don't mind or I don't want to talk about that with folks or want people to have a good place to talk about that. I just think there are too many places where that is already talked about incessantly. And I think that too much of that can be kind of rough on people's mental. Certainly mine, so I don't know. We avoid it for the most part. I like that he has two different variations in that, where he can do the uppercut or something kind of like an uppercut into the slam, or the slam into the uppercut. It's neat. Do you talk about coffee stuff outside of work? Not a ton. Ow. Yeah, I was reading about that bill recently on Hacker News, Braxap. Tell us about coffee. I have a coworker who's been doing something fun recently where each day we've been working together, they've given me a prompt for, like a random prompt for a drink that I'm supposed to make for them. And the prompts are just adjectives. So today, well, today was a little bit of an outlier. Today they just had to screw them up because they were tired, but sometimes they want a suspicious drink or a fanciful drink or a whimsical drink, all kinds of just random adjectives. And it's been kind of interesting thinking through what kind of drinks I want to make for them, whether it's like, oh, for that word, I'll do a sweet drink, or oh, for this word, I'll do like a black coffee drink, that kind of thing. They have not pulled out the adjective sussy yet. I'm screwing this up big time. It's weird. It's like sometimes when you want to morph there, like I wanted to morph back into sword. Sometimes it's better for you to wait. It's better for you to wait for a guard point because it's actually faster than trying to morph and getting this slow ass morph. It's so weird. Oh boy. Need to descale your coffee maker. So scaling is basically the minerals from your water building up on the inside of a coffee machine to the point where you'll restrict the amount of water that can flow through or restrict the temperature that the machine can make sometimes. So when you go through and descale a machine, you basically have to take it all apart and maybe run some chemicals through it, scrub all out, clear all the minerals off the sides of it. Zinogre is like just long enough to make Sage really nice. Nice. This feels like some freaking Charge Blade, man. I'm into it. Yeah, this is a fun matchup, Haru. I feel like I need to practice it quite a bit. Next stop is Axe Hopper. Yeah, but I can't use that. I'm not sure what my water is like here. I think it's definitely got a good chunk of minerals in it. The shop I work at definitely has a pretty heavy filtration system for the espresso machine. And then my coffee gear at home does get some mineral buildup over time. But I'm not running an espresso machine. For stuff for like a kettle, it's less of a big deal. For a coffee machine where you need the right amount of water to come out and you need the right amount of heat to go through, it's more important. Hello, Zinogre. Shoot. So like right here. Just gonna position an SAD instead. Cool. Ooh, no stagger that time. Even though we probably landed that whole Sade. Ouch. Okay, that move needs some better telegraphing. Oh, no. Just his charge up lightning lingers in kind of a large area around his body, even though it's not got a big visual for it. That's all. The end. That was a fun matchup, man. And that was my first solo Zinogre on PC. Or in high rank, I guess. First high rank solo Zinogre. Well, the visual was there, but not like in the area out in front of him where that hit me, Ice-T. Like, he was still charging, but the actual area I rolled into, that was like, oh. Like, I know, like, when he charges, there's like an explosion around him, but you'd think that that would abate, even as the animation was still going on. Or like, maybe he would still be an active hitbox, but not the space around him. The space around him. You felt like it was clear? Okay. I have to see a clip. It's all good. Was that hunt exhausting? I'm a little tired, but no, not really. That hunt was fun. Because it felt like good practice. Felt like good practice, and it felt like I was being, like, it wasn't like I was having to wear him down slowly. It's like I was actually really dealing nice damage to him. I liked it. I liked that hunt. Cool. What's next? I think maybe Somnacanth? Somnacanth should be not a problem after that. Yep, Somnacanth is next. Somnacanth in the lava caverns, too. Kind of a neat change of pace. Me too, Ice-T. I think it'd be enjoyable as long as there's actually feedback to what you're doing. So you're not just swatting a monster and feeling like you're not progressing. As long as the stagger values aren't bloated out of proportion, it wouldn't feel particularly awful. Yeah, I think what Martz is kind of getting at here is probably that some of like 5th generation's fights are less about outlasting the monster and more about dealing with the reaction test of the monster. And that could feel really exhausting. There are fights that are reaction tests like that and are really long in the older games. And they're pretty, I mean, they can be an ordeal. They can be tough, especially if you have to try them over and over. It's like, if you have, let's say you get really hard walled by G-rank Shogun Sanitar. That's a pretty heavy reaction test, and it might have a good chunk of HP depending on what gear you're bringing into it too. So, I don't know, if you had to try that for a couple hours, you'd be pretty tired out. I feel like if I had to try Zinogre for a few hours, I would be pretty tired out. It's a similar thing, I think. But I don't necessarily mind Rise monsters taking a little longer like that. Like we just did there. shoot. Well, I didn't bring any. Can I walk into the spikes? Nope. They fade too quickly. Is this your favorite CB now? It just fit. It was a nice balance between like utility with para, Iced Tea, and having like decent stats. It wasn't the strongest charge way we could make at the moment, but I just liked it. I thought it'd be more interesting to use something that maybe you wouldn't see all the time. Okay. Either I failed the timing or you can't block that. Whoops. Dang. Hey, IRB good, Joe. I don't know if I already said hello or not, but welcome in. I like its design marks. Its fight is too easy. Like, I don't think there's almost a single one of its moves that has any threat of really, like, KOing you. I don't know. Not KOing, carding you. I don't know. It just feels like there's some neat concepts and the design is cool, but none of the neat concepts are actually, like, really the threatening. Like, it's some of its, like, the only things about its moves that are really threatening are some of its regular slams can deal, like, okay damage if you're low on gear. It feels like most of its sleep-based stuff like this doesn't really ever end up with you having any, I mean, like, I guess if you have this happen to you, sure, you could get caught unawares by that if it pulled it out at the wrong time. But there aren't very many of those things. Like, for all of its cool mechanics, it doesn't feel like it really follows up on them all that often. Yeah, I think it needs to be placed earlier in the game. We talked about this the other night, Martz, actually. I don't really mind. Not every fight has to be some crazy, like, the monster can KO you all the time. But when the monster is weighted so late in the game like this, I think it's just kind of a bummer. In both Village and in Hub, it's placed pretty late, and it's just not, compared to the other monsters around, it's like it's not as aggressive as the other monsters around, and it gets bullied pretty hard. Like, Mizutsune is a similar level of squishy. If you hit the head the right way on Mizu, like, you can be toppling it left and right, like you can topple this thing left and right. The difference is that Mizu claps back. This thing doesn't clap back. D-Strafe, thanks for the follow. Hi. Hope you're enjoying watching some Monster Hunter. Hey, that's a healing one. It just healed itself. That's neat. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm actually probably going to get more rocked with Charge Blade than you would with most weapons because I'm going for bigger moves or bigger commitment things. But in general, I don't think this monster is very difficult. Always enjoy some Charge Blade gameplay. I can't promise it'll be good Charge Blade gameplay, but we're practicing, we're learning. Should do it. Oh, not quite. There it is. Not very good either. It's just a fun weapon. It is a fun weapon. And yeah, D-Safe, we're trying to play through the game without using any wirebugs for damage or any wirebugs for wirefall recovery. We played through this game on the Switch last year, and so I was trying to think of ways to make this playthrough feel tangibly different than on the Switch and be full of new things to learn, and that's been pretty interesting. We try and play a good smattering of the weapons, but I'm trying to focus in on Charge Blade as we get towards the end of the game here. So we're going to be learning some of the tougher endgame fights with no wirebugs or wirefalling. This is a secondary character. Well, we played through last year on the Switch. This is on the PC, so it's a new platform. But yeah, it's sort of a secondary character. Is there a sweeping change of direction you'd like you'd take Rise weapons in? I think in general, most weapons need to have their like massive iframe and guard point moves removed. They're fun, but they kind of wreck the balance of things. So like Heavy Bowgun doesn't need a guard point. Switch Axe doesn't need a move that both charges its sword mode and is full of iframes. Like you don't need that. I think that the fact that most weapons have either a guard point or a switch skill that has massive iframes is kind of a problem. It means that you're even more heavily incentivized to just kind of spam those switch skills, use them as often as you can to get through moves because it's just advantageous to do so, rather than really learn the matchups with the rest of the weapons kit. Over prioritize, like if those moves aren't already advantageous, it helps them to be more advantageous than the rest of your moveset. Couldn't quite get out of the way of that. And then it does nothing. Woo! Nice job, Somnacanth. Uh-oh. That was a whiff. Is that it? I mean, there's other things I could change too, but I mean, like that's like the one thing I would say is like nothing. Get rid of all these free iframes and guard points. Most weapons don't need that to deal with the weapon, with the monster's toolkits, and it just kind of invalidates the monsters in a lot of ways. Most of those moves are either, I don't know, most of those moves are just a little too free, I think. Ooh, that was interesting. We guard pointed that, but another hitbox came out from behind and got us. Whoops. Whoops. Wow, that's a long opening there. Whoops. Ouch. Hey, Ferret. But yeah, that's my answer, Marks, is that I feel like those sorts of centralizing over-advantageous solutions to any problem a monster throws at you across the cast means that the weapons feel too samey. That's part of why the weapons feel samey. There are other reasons too, but that's one of them. it's tired, so it can't actually do this move properly. That's weird. I think that was a move where normally it would have done that with sleep coming out of its mouth in the lead up to the flash shell, but it didn't because it was tired or something like that. I don't know. It seemed like it worked a little differently than normal. You just ask because you're curious? Well, yeah, that would be my number one thing that I would change. Like, I think there's lots of things in this game that make Monster Pack, like this game should not feel easier than Monster Hunter World to a lot of folks. I mean, the fact that it's high rank versus master rank is part of it, but across the board, most of these monsters' movesets are as complex as master rank monsters from World. There are as many patterns and as many moves. They might not hit as hard, they might not move as fast, but there are, like, the complexity there is really admirable. And so I think that the fact that most people do have the general experience that this game is a lot easier than some of the things in World is because of how much advantageous stuff they give to the player. I think it's a bummer. It lets you really not really pay attention to those monsters' movesets when you can just sort of negate them or always get out of the way safely with Wirefall, etc., etc. Doesn't play to the game's strengths. Although it kind of does, I don't know. This game's arcadey fun. People want big arcadey moves to bully the monsters with. Yeah, I don't know. That would be the thing I would change, though. Because I think the easiest way to make the game a little bit less breezy for a lot of folks who feel like it's too easy is something like that. The heck does arcadey mean? It's fast-paced. It kind of, I don't know. It's not like super heavy, deep, and realized. It's not a big simulator. It's a bunch of arcadey anime moves on cooldowns to get the spamming monsters, and a lot of people like that. Was Base World really any easier? If you compare some of the monster movesets, Nico Gare, it's like drastically different. Base World monsters don't really have patterns that you can learn. They don't have many moves. They're not very fast. They don't hit you very hard. I was going through World last December to try and revisit it and form some fresh impressions on it because it had been a while since I'd last played it. And I was heavily handicapping myself with like not using good gear, not using good armor skills, not upgrading my armor. It took until like the end of high rank, towards the very end of high rank, before it felt like I found a monster that was like decently challenging to learn or practice with. And that's not usually the case for me in most Monster Hunter games. Most Monster Hunter games, even in low rank, if you like handicap your gear a little bit, you can take the fights a little more seriously because you gotta watch out, the monsters will get you. And I don't think World is like that. Well, I see, I'm sure that like to a certain extent, like all of the low ranks are not that difficult, but for most low ranks, I can not upgrade my armor, or I can use stuff that's a little bit worse off gear-wise, and I can have a good challenge or a good time. World felt drastically different than the other ones in that way, than other games do at low rank. Now, I think like if you use all the game's tools in both the games, it's gonna feel not that different probably. Like if you're using all the mantles and clutch claw and everything, and like you're using defender gear or what have you in World, it's probably not gonna feel that different from this game. And if you use this game's Wyvern Rides and Soak Binds and use the best gear possible, I still think it's gonna be more difficult than Base World because I just don't think that game knew how to handle this kind of movement and player movement and player kits. I think that it's really clear that it was their first time designing a game with monsters around players that could move around like this and weapon kits that had this many options and move this fluidly and had powerful moves like World's weapons do. Oh yeah, that too, Hot Pocket. It's pretty rough. Y'all are determined to turn this into a Rise bad night, huh? Or like, I don't know. I don't think I can really contribute a whole lot to a large, like, objective, air quotes, discussion about Monster Hunter difficulty or Monster Hunter, like, play styles tonight. I just think it's a bummer that I think this game's movesets, even in low rank, are so good. So good. And so much more fun when you're not, like, just bullying them to death with the the kind of crazy mechanics you're handed in 5th generation. Like if you actually just approach them like Monster Hunter fights, or like kind of really old school fights with the weapons kits pared back a little bit, you're not using some of the crazier soapline attacks, it really feels really good. And I wish that more people experienced it like that. Probably heal, huh? That's true, Nikoge. It's a big part of it. A big part of it is that, like, if you've played other games prior, of course, a lot of aspects of the game are going to feel easier to you. And I can acknowledge that, but I can also play Rise and then World and then play Rise and go, yeah, there's a pretty big difference in how these monsters move around and how this challenge is structured. It's not even just that, like, oh, they're not very fast, or oh, they don't hit very hard. It's like the movesets are not interesting. They're not good. They're just kind of random moves that get thrown out. I don't know. It does not feel like in low and high rank of that game there are very many monsters that have strings of moves that you can know, oh, when it does this, it's going to do either this or this afterwards. Oh, when it does this, it's going to do these other 2 moves, and so I can position myself to get a punish on it. There just isn't much of that. It's kind of just like move, you get out the way, and then you get a punish, and then move, and you get out the way, and you get a punish. It's just kind of like roll simulator. It's just not interesting. Like, I went back to World, and I did form some fresh impressions of some things, and like, there are some things from World I really would like back in the next Monster Hunter, but that game's combat, especially in like, I'm sure it's better in Master Rank. I didn't get a chance to really play Master Rank this time around, but in low and high rank, they were still learning, and that's fine, but they were still learning. It's not that I want them to all be super predictable, Ice-T, but there needs to be a balance. Every monster needs to have some strings, and it needs to have some more, like, reactive moves. When they're all reactive moves, it just makes it really boring. It just does not feel to me like they knew how to design monsters in base World. And you can look at that because half the monsters don't have any patterns, and they're not very difficult. And then some monsters have patterns, and then the other monsters that are really difficult are an entirely different type of difficulty, where it's just like, I spam fast damaging moves at you, get out the way. Like, I don't know. It just felt like they were trying a lot of different things, and then when you look at how much better the fights are in Master Rank, and then again in this game, and it's like... yeah. It feels like they've learned a lot quickly. Difficulty aside, Rise is still really fun. I agree. Both the games can be really fun. World and Rise. I have a harder time having fun with World. But they both can be really fun. That's a cool kill screen. I do think that Master Rank is probably substantially more challenging and better designed and just a better game in general, but that's not even half the game. Oh, hey! We get to do our Ibushi soon. Anyways, you guys got to me. I contributed to the difficulty discussion. Let's hunt a Barioth next. Yeah, it does. Totally, Martz. A lot of the great things about this game's movesets come directly from Iceborne, which is like a testament to how much they learned in Iceborne, but also to how much more difficult this game is, and that it's got freaking Master Rank moves and movesets and patterns in low rank and high rank monsters of this game. What's up, Ice-T? Do you think this hub is too not large constricted? You mean space-wise? Yeah, it's a little small. It could benefit being about twice as large? Claustrophobic? Yeah, it is a little claustrophobic. Like, I know that like in real life, this walkway right here for this hunter would feel fine. But in terms of a video game, having stuff this tight on both sides of the camera, wherever you are in here, it does feel like there's not much room to move your character when you can move like across the whole room like that. It's a little weird. Why are we always bashing on new Monster Hunter difficulty? We bash on old Monster Hunter difficulty sometimes too, but not as much. You're right. I think because it's like, it's hard. It's a bummer that we don't go back and bash on old difficulty as much as DeSantis. I can acknowledge that. I think it's because it's ongoing and because it's fresh. Like there are fresh things for you to think about and learn and make and have opinions on. I don't know. I talk about difficulty, the difficulty balance of the games I go back and play in the older games too. I didn't particularly like Monster Hunter Freedom's difficulty balancing. I don't know. It's definitely a trend though. I try and avoid engaging with it too much. I shouldn't even say that because I engage with it pretty often, but I try and be choosy about how frequently I talk about it each night or during a week, because it does just get brought up a lot and it's easy to spiral into the same conversations often, and it just gets old. Like, how many times have we talked about the clutch claw? I don't want to talk about the clutch claw ever again in my life. I don't care if you like it or hate it. I don't care at all. Like, I don't want to talk about that thing anymore. We talked about it so much. I think it's totally fine to talk about just enjoying things, even if you might have qualms with other parts of it. Like, I have qualms with Rise, but I'm choosing to enjoy learning Charge Blade because it's a weapon that I think isn't overly, like, I don't know, isn't overly advantageous. You gotta do some learning if you want to make it work well, and I'm enjoying that. All right, let me see if I can do Barioth with Charge Blade. Enough talk about difficulty, for me at least. Y'all can feel free and keep talking about it, but I think I'm just about done. Can't see a darn thing. Okay, so that one is not guard pointable with guard 3, so we'd be better off repositioning and going for an SAD. Woo, that was kind of neat. I didn't really know exactly when that move was going to hit, so that was fun. What's my favorite hit zone value? It's definitely back leg fin on All Mother Narwa. Or is it right leg fin? What is it? It's like a 2 hit zone per shot. It's something great. Oh no! It's so weird. It was so weird being able to get an instant guard point out of axe mode like that. He just iframed your AED? He did. Is high unit damage number something from old school Monster Hunter players? You've only started engaging with the series and world. I have it turned off because I am used to some of the old games, but also I just kind of find it distracting. Like, I find myself paying more attention to the damage numbers than I do some of, like, I don't know, the parts of the monster I want to be hitting or the moves I'm using. I find it distracting having my brain always pay attention to another number on the screen. The game does tell you in the notes what parts of the monster take most damage from different types of damage, whether it's like cutting type damage or blunt type damage or shot type damage or the different elements. The game does tell you that stuff in a way where you can kind of know off the top of your head. Like I know that Barioth's tusk and head are the best hit zones for him, followed by his tail, and then you can break his thorns for trips, that kind of thing. You don't necessarily have to have the numbers firing off. It's mainly just a personal thing, though. I'm glad the numbers are there. I think that one of the more engaging parts of the series is that you have different moves, and landing those moves on different parts of the monster will have different results, whether it's breaking apart or bouncing or dealing more damage or getting a trip. And so I think having numbers from the get-go show you like, oh, when I hit here, it's gray. When I hit there, it's orange. Like that's a pretty big step for kind of helping people intuit what makes this combat interesting. I don't know. I don't personally like having them popping off all the time, like I said, but I think it's a boon to have those in the game, especially when you're like going into the training room and trying to figure out like, okay, which one of my moves should I use when the monster's down, or which one of these armor sets is stronger? There we go. Whoops. Screwed that up pretty badly. That's okay. Where did he go? Oh, he went to go fight Somnacanth. Okay. Which one lost? Where did they go? They like run all the way around the circle. Where is he going? Yeah, and that's something too, is like in the older games where there weren't damage numbers, the hits usually had like a little more feedback to them. Whether you were shooting a gun or you were swinging a greatsword, it usually had like a little bit more of a visual to it and a little bit more of delay and sound. And I do miss that that's gone, but it's okay. Hey, Bio. Yo. No! Barioth, you jerk! My Sade! High Shadow upon the Tempest. Oops. Well, it's silly. They call SAD Ultra even though the S stands for Super. Whoops. Nice. Broken arm. Aren't those acronyms for you? Did they change the names? No, the whole Ultra Super thing is purely communal. It's not, I don't think anywhere in the game it calls your SAD your Ultra. Oh shoot, I was supposed to be an S, or an AED, not an SAED. Yeah, you have your AED, which is your amped element discharge, and your SAED, which is your super amped elemental discharge. And anybody who calls them supers or ultras is just kind of, I think it's just a community name. Training Room and World showed the move names. Yeah, I think even in there, this just what they were called. Nowhere did it abbreviate them to super or ultra. That's just something that players have done. Welcome back, Fish Kebab. You did miss like an hour of people talking about old school difficulty and new school difficulty, and then a bunch of stuff. What am I doing? That's not something you do. Oops. Please jump at me. Well, he did, but I screwed it up. Deja vu. Big deja vu. Big deja vu. Oh my goodness. That's weird how deja vu works. Saw Lagombo. Yep, they're here on this map. Lagombi and Somnacanth are here, in addition to our Barioth. Just keep scaling up, Shaded Knight. You just keep gaining levels. That sounds like a mod. That sounds like a pretty sick mod. Just like never-ending True Charge Slash. You just keep charging it. Sounds like about as balanced as some of the longsword mods are coming out right now. Whoops. Yeah, it's so weird. Shoot. I should probably heal, shouldn't I? Nah, why would you heal? Because all of those missed, probably. Whoops. Oh no, I brought up the longsword mods and now people are going off on the mods. There's all kinds of silly mods. That sounds like fun, Tarthur. I like your idea for the crazy greatsword modifications. Oh. Keep talking about good foods we've eaten. I haven't eaten that much good food recently. Wish that move still had a hitbox. Screwed that up. Well, there are mods that just modified the longsword parts. I think you missed something in the conversation. I referenced some longsword mods that had come out, and so now people were talking about longsword mods. There should be one fish, it's true. There's like more mods than that for Rise already, Marks. Longsword and Rise appears to be one of the hotbeds for modding so far. Whoops. Oh no! That was supposed to be an S80, or an AED. Oh well. It's not an infinite damage mod, Marks. That's not what we're talking about. There are mods for longsword that take away most of the any of the disadvantages that remain with the weapon. You should probably just here. You should probably go look up the mods before you ask. I don't really want to talk about them because we've already talked about them, and they're just like they're a thing that takes out some things that were disadvantageous about a moveset in the game and just turns them into advantages or adds advantages in their place. And like that's fine if you just want to play a goofy like jacked up version of the game. That's fine. I don't really have anything intelligent to add to the conversation, so I didn't really want to I shouldn't have brought it up at all. It's been weird to practice at Shadow upon the Tempest. It's really, like, it works really differently in this game. In the old games, it'd be, like, right at the end of the move. In this game, it feels like it's after the move is done. It's odd. Got him. That was a pretty fun fight with Charge Blade. I felt kind of sloppy. When's the last time I cut a tail? Not today, that's for sure. Yeah, I got all the carves yet. I'll try and cut a tail on our next hunt, Iced Tea. I'm sorry I haven't recently. Whoops. Okay, Marths. Here are the examples of the longsword mods that I was talking about. Valor style longsword, which wouldn't necessarily be bad. Critical juncture, no cost. Replace critical juncture to Sacra Slash. Iceborne style longsword. Bypass illegal charm check. Auto EI. And, well, another version of Valor longsword. Just as an example of some of the longsword mods. What's next after Barioth? Tobi Kadachi. This should be actually really difficult. This guy moves so quickly that I feel like I'm gonna get wrecked. I don't even know the details of the mods. So, like, I'm not a good person to talk about why that's crazy imbalanced. Like, I don't care. It's just like when Tarthur mentioned the infinitely charging greatsword, it reminded me of those mods in terms of like, that sounds like something people who would be into mods or end up making kind of crazy mods like that would do. Okay, let's see about Tobi Kadachi. Thank you for looking up examples. The reason I didn't immediately for your sake is because I think most people in the chat knew them because we talked about them recently. And I at first was trying to avoid actually dredging up the subject. So that's why I didn't want to actually name examples of it. And then when I did want to name examples, I wanted to make sure I actually named like the actual ones that are there and not just random examples. That's all. Sacrifice of my eyes? What do you mean? What did I sacrifice my eyes with? We're having to go look at those? Oh, it was more so like I wanted to be careful about what we brought up in chat. That's all. I don't care about having to look at them. Whoops. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. That did hurt. Wow. We're gonna be in axe mode? Yeah. Give me KO, come on. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Not used to where his head repositions around things. Yeah. I guess, yeah, it'd be neat to see other weapons taken to the same sorts of extremes that those early longsword mods are taking longsword. Maybe we'll see that over time as more and more mods are made or more people get into the modding. While I wouldn't want to play with those mods, I think it is kind of interesting to see, like, what would it be like if you would just immediately get an EI? What would it be like if you could counter everything? What could it be like if you could infinitely charge Greatsword, or, I don't know, have infinite power guard on Lance or something, or just, I don't know. It's neat to see what people come up with, because there are some wild things. I wish these two would just ignore each other and not take a minute and a half to do this. That did half of our health. Oh shoot. God darn it! Tobi Kadachi! I thought he was going to keep fighting Zinogre, so I was like charging his stuff. Screw you, buddy. Oh, it's too early. Yep, way too early. This is not going well. I should have had better judgment and sheathed there when I took that damage right before re-engaging with him. Not a good idea. It does sound pretty crazy, Lord Castellan. Tigrex, but he never stops charging. Oh my god. Just go play Freebie Knight. It's there waiting for you. It never stops charging Tigrex. Never gets tired. Freight train Tigrex. I would take a mod that modified Tigrex's hitboxes. I'm not making good decisions on this fight, am I? Oh, man! Long enough that a guard point gets me hit. That's crazy. Wow. Alright. I gotta focus in on this. Because I know Tobi's moves, I just don't know how they're gonna interact with charge weight stuff. Shoot. Get out. No! Hi, Bowser boy. Alright. I'm gonna die. I didn't die. Okay. Do you like Rise Tobi more than Viper? I feel like I've fought Rise Tobi a grand total of like 5 times. So I don't know. I haven't really assessed Rise Tobi Kadachi. Not in this playthrough, maybe in the Switch version. I don't feel like I fought him very much on the Switch either. Like, there are some monsters when you play through a game where you form pretty intense impressions of them, whether it's because they were difficult or you did a challenge on them or something. Like, Rise Tobi is one of those things where I'm like, I don't know, it's Tobi. Like people were talking about how it's a vastly different than World, or it's vastly different or not different from Viper, Tobi, Kadachi. I don't remember. A lot of its moves are from Viper, Tobi, Kadachi, but I don't know if it's like Viper, Tobi, Kadachi in terms of its patterns and things. I think it's pretty different from either of those older. Like, I think it's pretty different from both Rise and World Tobi, even if it has lots of sorry. I think it's different than both of those older incarnations of Tobi Kadachi, even if it has a lot of Viper's moves. I think while it has those moves, it doesn't use them in the same way. It doesn't have poison, and it has pretty different patterns, from what I can tell. I shouldn't have gone for that round. That AED2. Yikes. We're lucky to be staggered. Yeah. Wow. Look at that. That's nuts. That's crazy. Look at that. If we guard point it, we're screwed. That's sick. Let's try that again. You missed it. So you know the move where he like kind of fishtails Marth like a figure eight? He comes like back at you. If you guard point the first hit of it at here, he'll circle around and hit you before the guard point's finished. It's sick. What's my defense? 287. Not updated. Or not upgraded, rather. That's fine defense. We have defense boost on our armor set. It comes built into the Barroth pieces. This is our set. I wanted the Barroth pieces for guard and for offensive guard and an attack piece. And because it was easy enough to make Barroth armor. So we're getting some added defense from the defense boost skill. Dragon attack, Pog, yep. Yeah, we gotta practice that one up. Having a health bar greater than 3? What are you talking about? Sorry, Vio and Icy Brain no worky. Yeah, that move right there. Yeah, I was gonna say we better get a freaking KO. I'm not sure if that hit. I was aiming it a little bit off to the side in case he got up. We didn't need to worry about that. Whoa, no, that's the wrong button. So that move. If I had guard pointed that, like right there I was stuck because I could have hit the guard point like that. But if I'd done that, I would have been hit by the follow-up attack. Pretty crazy. Viotech's impressions that they're naming about the differences between the different Tobis is kind of basically what I have in my head from my impressions of revisiting World recently, where base World Tobi did not make much of an impression on me. what I recall with Viper Tobi, which is a fight I learned pretty intently, and then this thing being pretty threatening. Oh shoot. Me too, Monks. I don't know what's going on. Well, what health bar? What are you talking about, Vio? What's 3? Larger than... Oh, okay. He was saying that... Okay, I didn't even think that you were saying that, oh, World Tobi has a health bar that's literally 3 HP. That didn't even process in my head. That's not... That exaggeration didn't even make sense to me. He was saying that apparently, like... I just got confused because That's just weird. That's too low of a number for an exaggeration. I thought you were like, I don't know what I thought you were referring to. But I was very confused. My brain no worky tonight. My brain is stuck in Unga Bunga CB. No! Tobi! Jeez. Poor Zin. Please dunk. Hell yeah. Get frickin' rocked. I don't think I can name a consistent thing that we've talked about Braxlap that's given you existential dread. It seems like most of the conversations have, and for that, I'm sorry. Shoot. Oof. Damn. Flying squirrel? Yeah, I believe Tobi's based off a flying squirrel, and he has like a reptile face. It's a little weird. How are you supposed to know his exact health bar? You referenced that he had one of the highest health bars in Rise Bio. I was just very confused by that sentence. I get it now. You were saying it helps that he has a health bar that is greater than actual 3. Like, actually just 3 hit points. That was such a low exaggeration that I was like, what is he saying, I guess? I don't even know why exactly that tripped up my brain so hard, but it did. Yeah, same. Exactly, Martz. I feel like if they'd said 300, I also would have been like, yeah, ha ha ha. But the fact that it was like greater than 3, I was like, greater than 3 what? Also, he said health bar, and monsters don't have health bars. So I was very confused if he was like referring to some other like mechanic where like, yeah, this monster has 3 bars of health. I was like, what is he talking about? They have health pools, Iced Tea, but they don't have health bars. What are we talking about again? We're talking about nothing intelligent, Brian and G. We were just getting confused about something. Someone said about Rise Tobi having lots of HP. That's all. And I got very confused in the way they described it. This is not going well. No, Zin, get out of here. Dude, I can't catch a break. Oh, jeez. Braxcall, don't worry about it. We're moving on. What's your favorite dessert, buddy? Mine? I don't know what my favorite dessert is. Probably coffee cake. Or like a good nut bread. Steve, you're a menace tonight, dude. Shoot, I screwed that up. Hey! Dude, this monster is kind of nuts for Charge Blade. Angel food cake with strawberries is great. That's a good pick. Nice pick. Yeah, I feel like I'm doing a really poor job of dealing with this guy. It feels like you should probably not go for that many SAEDs or AEDs on this guy just because of how much he moves around and how small his hitbox is. You can line it up where it hits, but it feels like I should be doing a lot more fundamental just sword mode combos and doing that to deal damage to him. That's so weird. They do, but I'm screwing them up, Hot Pocket. If not in timing, in aiming. It feels like his animations have quite a few like head reposition bits that I'm not used to yet. Like right there. He missed. That move is so panic-inducing now, especially if you're in freaking axe mode, because then it's not just like you can't use a guard point, you're also slow as hell. I'm healing. How many Rise Tobis will you have to hunt before you can tell me if you like it more or less than Viper? I think it's more of an active fight than Viper, from what I remember. I've actually watched that VOD where I do the Viper Tobi naked rather recently. To me, it feels like it has probably even a larger move pool than Viper Tobi had. I think Viper Tobi was kind of cool with its different status effects. Axe mode bad. It's not bad, it's just, it's not good to be sitting in during that move. I think this is probably, I don't know if this is harder. I think Viper Tobi might have been faster than this thing, honest. I think this thing has more moves, but I don't know. At the point that we're drilling down into like which one's more aggressive in one way or another, I think they're both just different kinds of challenging, but they feel similar to me, Marks. They feel similarly good to me. And it makes sense because this is largely Viper Tobi moves. Just messing around. I got you, D-Strafe. I don't know what to tell you, Brackslap. That's just how chat is here, I guess. You have a question? You may ask it. Would you two leave each other alone already? There's room for both of you to be cool electric monsters, okay? No need to fight. Oh, shoot. Okay, we gotta take the Tobi someplace else. Someplace that won't run into a wall. What is that run cycle? What the hell? Alright, there. We friggin' flattened a Roggy. Should be KO. Nope, no KO. Wow. Soon. There it is. Whoops. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do an SAD. Oh well. We're doing this instead because I did the wrong combo. Streamer promises tail cut. You can't cut this tail. I'm sorry. That's gonna hurt. Oh, hello. Shoot. No. Well, I feel like I've gotten a little better at the fight. The last couple sequences against him have felt decent in terms of blocking many of his attacks and being able to sneak in a few sword mode attacks in between. They're either just dealing damage or dealing a little bit of file damage when our sword is charged, and then actually going for AEDs. Okay, what do you think of lightning? Hang on. What do you think of lightning fast poke damage moves from monsters like Rise Tobi kind of shoving its head at you? 5th gen Rajang Paw Lunge, Iceborne Scourgeon Garuga aerial pokes. An old example could be Zinogre's head. Does this chip add in a good way to the hunts they appear in? Yeah, if you're not gonna have the monster have trapple damage, I feel like having quick get off me moves are okay. Those fights are gonna be reactive though, because just by definition, those moves generally don't have good tells, or just don't have tells aside just like you know it can do it out of this particular opening. Ooh, too early. Oh, jeez. Well, we finished it. Barioth Lunge is scuffed. Barioth Lunge is scuffed because unlike some of these other moves we just talked about, where it's like the Tobi Kadachi little lunge or the Rajang punch, he's big. He's very big. It's not really easy to get out of the way of that. I mean, you can, but yeah, it's hard to, and he can double lunge, yeah. I don't think those moves are inherently bad. I think that the reason those moves have any merit to them and aren't just like obnoxious is it's good to have zones around a monster you can't just stand in. I think I like it better when it's like, if you stand here and the monster moves its foot, you're going to get chipped, rather than like the monster's going to bust out this crazy, insane lightning fast punch or something. But they have kind of a similar feeling to them. They have a different feel to them. One is like you need to know to position out of the way or else you can get chipped here and get stuck in place. The other is more of like this is designed to chip you and screw you over. And I feel like there's a difference. At least in feel, if maybe not. One's like you need to, I guess what I would say is one is positioning out of the way consistently, and the other one is reacting to a move to get out of the way quickly. Because you can react to get out of the way, it means you're allowed to stand there. You said to be ready to iframe, whereas with positioning in the older games, it actually was just positioning out of the way of chip. You couldn't iframe chip. I mean, you could, but not consistently. We get in the weeds on this stream. Yeah, that's not a great sentence. We get off into some very technical topics on this stream. So are you ready for the crabs to have slow beam attacks that you need to wirebug over in Sunbreak? Most of the other attacks that you have to wirebug over, Lord Castellian, with like Somnacanth Sleep being the exception, you can iframe. You can iframe Mizu beams, you can iframe Gauss beams. Alright. Nah, screw it, we're not doing fucking Anjanath as the last hunt. We're doing Nargacuga for our last hunt of the night. We're not doing Anjanath. We can do Anjanath tomorrow or the day after. It will be really interesting to see what Shogun Tiantar gets turned into in 5th gen. I have a hard time enjoying a lot of the Brute Wyvern fights, Flowy, so it's not like unique to Anjanath. I think Anjanath to me feels like, I really like his inclusion in the early game of Monster Hunter World. I think he's a great organic story piece when you're first getting used to playing Monster Hunter World or just getting used to playing Monster Hunter in general. He's prowling around that forest and he's like a real presence, even though it's not scripted. I mean, there might be a scripted Anjanath encounter or two. I mean, obviously the initial one in the first cutscene is, but like him prowling the forest is not scripted, and like you can interact with him and fight him, or you can avoid him, and either way he's a very imposing presence to you and the other monsters. It's pretty cool. I just don't think that, I don't know, his fight really isn't that bad. I just don't like it. I don't even think he's a bad monster. I just don't like it. I think he does have probably too many bites and maybe not enough like moves that are more based on his flames or, I don't know, other things, but I don't think he's really that bad of a monster. All right, this is my first solo Nargacuga in high rank. Let's see how I feel about it. I failed 2 guard points there. Whoa there, wow. Got them Tigrex hitboxes. All right, Steed. Let's get your tail cut if you're still here. I'm not asleep. Oh, really? Okay. I don't think I can quite reach him from there. An SAD would. That should KO? Yeah. Okay. What are we going to do here? We're going to go ahead and charge sword into slam, into feint back, into SAD. Ooh, para. Okay, let's go work on the tail then. Couldn't see him. Oh, that's such a slow move. It just missed. I hit the tail though. Cool. That's such a slow move. Okay, that time it hit us at least. It is marked. I like it. Speaking of which, oops. That is just wild. Holy shit. I don't even care that we carded. That is wild. That is wild how early you get that guard point in the frickin' axe mode thing. Wow. Okay. Good, it hit. Whoops. I'm so glad he has that. I don't even carry carded. I'm so glad he has the hop back into instant lunge forward. That's a pattern that's been in... That's a Narga pattern that goes all the way back to 2nd gen, and it's always something you have to watch out for, because most of the time when he feints back like that, he does other options. The fact that he can feint back occasionally into an instant like jump forward is so good. That was not present in World. Bum me out. I'm happy it's in this game. I don't mind Nargacuga in this game that much. He barely did the lunges in World Hot Pocket. Yeah. Oh boy. I guess Ice-T in World, it felt like he was just as want to like walk up to you as he was to actually jump at you. It feels a lot different in this game, I think. That is just insane. That's a tail break. There it is. Gnarly. I don't know what to tell you, Steve. I just don't. I had a laundry list of complaints about World's Narga, personally. I'm glad he was in, though. Tail break doesn't exist in 5th gen. I think we covered that the other day. My bad. There's no tail break prior to a cut, like there was in some of the older games. What was that guard? So Charge Blade has a switch skill where you basically have really slow morphs. Like if you look at my morphs here, this is the axe to sword morph. Super slow. And this is the sword to axe morph. Also super slow. But the guard points are a bit longer, and the one in axe mode comes out instantly. during the tail swipe. It was either a guard point or just a... It was either... I mean, I'm only doing regular guard points and stuff. If I was already in axe mode, like if I was already out here, literally the first frame of this is a guard point. Like, from the second I start pressing that, it can do a guard point. Where the heck did Narga's Iceborne moves go in Rise? I don't know. I don't have anything to say, Ice-T. I don't know where they went. Not here, clearly. Kind of like what happened with Zinogre, too. And Rathalos. And Kushala. Nice. Oh, whoops. That was supposed to be an S80. Oh, my red shield dropped out. That's why. Okay, let's get red shield back. And then let's go for the tail at some point here. Taunt, so we have time to charge our sword up again. Oh, that's a big ol' slow jump. Hello. I'm never expecting that. I'm always expecting the frickin' instant lunges. That's not what I meant to do. Yeah, Iceborne's Narga fought pretty differently than this. Basil Boy. He walked around a lot, he had different slams. He had the spins, like this one does. But in general, the fight just felt different. Even if he had some similar moves, the fight felt pretty different in terms of how he moved around and how he lunged. He just didn't lunge very much, which to me is like, that's a big part of Nargacuga. And he just didn't use the lunges to get around or attack you very often. He spent more time walking, and it just bummed me out. Hey, there it is. There is a tail cut for Ice-T Trinker. Oops, I screwed that up. I was thinking of the old one. Ow. World Narga did bleed? Yep, it did. With its spikes. This game's spikes just deal damage, like the old games. Got a Medula. I think that was a big part of what bummed me out, is that just how much he moved around by walking. It just didn't feel right. And I think the tail slam like this game was kind of overly telegraphed. There's no bleed in this game, Steve. At all. No, none of the monsters have it yet. Oh, you're talking about World? I got you. Sorry. Yeah, it's not even that I think like you have to have Narga jumping around to have it be a good fight Astastic. It's just how Narga's been. So when they kind of took a little bit more of that out of the world, it just didn't feel as much like Narga to me. That's all. Nice. Oh no! At least we got the hit. That feels good. Alright, I guess I'll heal. Should have just gone for a Said across the area. Did I even carve the tail? I think I did. Yeah, I got a medulla from it, right. That was a fun sequence at the end there. I felt like we bullied him. That was a good last hunt for the night. Okay, I didn't see your question, Marth. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I was focusing. Check his charge blade, see if you can make it through. Okay. Please tell your problems with other Nargas. I don't know them well enough. I'm sorry. They have nerfed Narga with every game. I was about to say, I can't tell you what I think of every Narga in the series. I think Nargacuga, in most of the games, is pretty alright. I think mainly he just needs to have just a little more damage, and the tail needs to be not predictable. There. You asked 3 times? I was focusing! I'm sorry! I can't help you. Got 2 tail, or no, we cut the tail, but then I guess we only got 1 in rewards. Yeah, I think basically just slightly more aggressive hitboxes, a little more damage, and an unpredictable tail slam would be what I would ask for with an Nargacuga fight. It's like if Mizutsune gets to be able to have like a big ol', or I guess if Apex Mizutsune gets to have the big old body slam that's reactable, you should be able, Narga's tail slam should be a little more similar to that. Or there should be strings that lead into it, like somebody said earlier, kind of like some of Zinogre's scarier moves. The fact that Zinogre's got strings that you have to kind of watch out for because you know there are bigger moves, and if you get a little cocky and you overcommit and you get in the middle of one of those strings, you know you're screwed. Like, I feel like Nargacuga could benefit from a few strings like that. Yeah, exactly, Fish. How many fights do you have with Charge Blade? 55 is by far my most used weapon now. Not just from tonight, we've been enjoying it recently in general. That's weird for me, seeing a weapon graph like that. Normally we try and avoid something like this, but right now, all bets are off, man. All right. I'm so biased. Well, it's the weapon I'm really enjoying playing in this game right now. I think I'm gonna call it there. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream tonight. I gotta get some rest. I have kind of a long day tomorrow. Like I said, might be going to an ice cave. The Narga CB, it wasn't my first time fighting Narga Braxlap, so I've actually looked at it already. I know it's okay. I'm not interested in making it yet. We're gonna stick with this Volvidon one. I've been quite happy with it. Yep, this is the Narga one we can make right now. Hi, Lazy Potato. Thanks for the bit. Cheers. Yeah, our one right now has not as good affinity, but it has better raw, and it's got para. I don't necessarily need the 35% affinity right now, since file scale with raw. Ice cave like IRL? Yeah, tomorrow, the area of the state I live in is basically, is actually classified as a tundra. And there is a, there is an ice cave that I might be going to with friends. I took the day off so we could go and see these ice caves. I haven't decided, well, I guess I was invited to go with some people to an ice cave. I haven't decided if I'm going to go to the town with the ice cave and then sit in a cafe and read books, or read a book, or if I'm going to go out to the ice cave, because it might be cold and I haven't decided what I'm going to do. It sounds neat, but also I'm like, I get really cold, so I'm not sure if I actually want to go out for a while and go for a hike down into an ice cave. It sounds kind of cold. In any case, though, I might be on tomorrow night. I might not be. We'll see. It depends on how long the day is or how cold I get, etc., etc. If it was anyone's first time by the stream, I'm Ristretto. I'm going to be playing through this game for the foreseeable future right here, getting to the end of the game and trying some of the tough event quests here in Rise. We talked about all kinds of things pertaining to Monster Hunter, and we also play some of the older games as well sometimes. We're going to be playing some 3U this spring, so if that sounds good to you, feel free and stick around, leave a follow. If you want to know when we go live, we do have a Discord and a Twitter that you can check out. I ping those when we go live. The Discord's a good spot to hang out just in general. There are lots of people talking about Monster Hunter of all kinds in there. Sometimes there are people grouping up to do hunts, depending on what game you want to play. We also have a YouTube where we store VODs, so if any of those things sound good to you, please check them out. It's appreciated. And that's my plug for the night. The last thing we're going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and find someone else who's streaming Monster Hunter, and we're going to give them a raid. Thank you guys for being here. It was nice to talk with y'all. I'm sorry I didn't engage with all the topics in chat. I was trying to focus, and also, I don't know, sometimes I feel like I can offer something decent to a conversation. Sometimes I feel like I can't, and sometimes it's okay to just like interject with like just a scrappy remark or something, like a joke or whatever, you know, what have you. Sometimes it pulls things off into like, it derails conversation into like a whole thing, so I don't know. I made this view, this scene here recently with the chat on the side so that we can have discussions here. I hope we can do that at some point. We've done a little bit of that, but not enough in my book. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and raid somebody. Who are we gonna raid? Let me see here. I think we're gonna raid Sheikah VT. There aren't that many friends of mine playing Monster Hunter tonight. And they're playing Monster Hunter Generations, it looks like. So all y'all folks who like GU, stick around for Sheikah's stream. Their streams are cozy. I'm gonna go get some rest and then wake up and go to at least a town where the ice caves are. And maybe read a book. Or go down into a cave. We'll see. Alright. Y'all have a nice night or a good day, whatever time it is where you are. Cheers and happy hunting, and I'll see you guys next time. Good night. Enjoy Sheikah's stream.